Can you hear me, guys? Wait, it's not on. Oh, hello. All right. Sorry, I can't really see when it's on. So yeah, so I did a whole lot of notes on my big project. I've been alluding to it quite a bit for a while, and the content of it is like mostly done. There's really only a few things that need to be done, like all like the real heavy lifting research. It's done. Um, but there's like a lot of assembly, and there's still a few things that I need to do, especially like convergence. And so what I want to do here, let's go here, is just sort of talk about this. I have a little notes thing here to talk about what I'm going to talk about. And where is the thing? So I'm gonna just talk about the grand operation, the grand project that I've been sort of been working on, well, for years. Like the basic research and content stuff I've been doing it for years, and but now it's just time to finally assemble it. And so in the past, part of the project that has sort of bedeviled me all this time, has bedeviled a lot of people, is trying to bypass fun houses. And that is done by invalidating authority, and also something that I've stumbled upon is invalidating this idea of convergence. And so here I'm going to play the old world blues mod of Hearts of Iron 4. Right, and you can play in these stupid regions, but this is where you want to play. You want to play on the West Coast, and you want to play as the good guys. These guys are kind of neutral. They take over an area and create a lot of peace and stability, but they're kind of gangsterish. And these are like the unambiguous bad guys, right? They go in, they start like this. They do a lot of mistakes of the old world with like votingism and stuff, and they create a lot of chaos everywhere they take over, and it's just a hardship whenever they take over an area. Like when the NCR comes in, it means war. Kind of like when the U.S. comes in, it just means war and destruction and stuff. But these guys are I don't know if they're the good guys, but they're who I like to play. So the three ways to do it, to bypass a lot of the fun houses, are invalidating authority, invalidating convergence, sorry,
but your kind isn't allowed here,
and creating a way to identify cults. All right, I got a donation here. Let's see. $1 extreme. I'm ready for my unhealthy parasocial relationship with Ryan. When is a good time to super chat so we don't interrupt you talking about intelligent shit? Just super chat whenever, because this is like a stream thing, and like I go off on all different tangents and stuff. So just whenever, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, $1 dono moment. That's right, $1 and you can get a we're sorry, your kind doesn't belong here. So, and in my project, these are sort of the three things that need to be done before you can begin talking about like punchline, what I consider like the punchline content. And so my grand idea is sort of like a course, right? Because I'm thinking like it has to be done comprehensively, right? And my idea is that as the reader goes through the course, they no longer take authority as gospel. They no longer take convergence of evidence as gospel. And they recognize that every place and time has a kind of hegemonic cult, which is going to be incorrect. Well, they're going to be correct about as often as a broken clock is correct. Because the way that hegemonic cults form it's a matter of a whole bunch of like situational factors that cause certain ideas to dominate, right? And it's not a product of analysis, it's a product of situational factors, we'll say. And these situational factors dictate the beliefs of the hegemonic cult, and as a result, it's possible that they'll be right. But it's possible that they'll be right, but the possibility is kind of like, it's kind of random. They're kind of like a broken clock, is the idea. So before getting into any of like the punchline content, the actual deconstruction of the oppression arc, you have to, the idea is to get the reader to be already predisposed to disbelieve the arc simply because it is so clearly a hegemonic cult of the place and time, which means it will have authoritative support and convergence, right? When you have authoritative support, you're really good at like minutiae grinding, machine gunning, sort of convergent style evidence. That's what you have when you have big institutions and a lot of people working on things. They really like the minutiae. So let's do this. And the thing is, this is a potentially very powerful meme, because once something is recognized as a hegemonic cult and the person recognizes that hegemonic cults are correct as often as a broken clock is correct, in terms of like their punchline content or their cultic content, as I refer to it, this is right, like it means now that anything that is in line with the hegemonic cult is not only on the back foot now, but has to actually argue the argument. They can't appeal to authority or just create a bunch of fun houses. So what I'm going to do is put my power armor down here, infantry up here. For my industry, don't have very good industry here, so let's go here. They have to actually argue the argument in the way the average person can understand. And there's also sort of a limit on how many things like a pro-hegemonic cult person can be correct about. Because let's say you have 10 broken clocks. Oh, I think I have like a little image on this. I made slides, guys. I made slides. Yeah, I made like slides. Let's see. Put that here. Maybe you can see it. Oh, I guess not. Okay, but see, there's a like, let's say you have 10 broken clocks, and each clock has 24 hours on it. And does the time on the broken clock correspond to the real time? Well, let's define the correct time as within an hour, because there's degrees of being correct and incorrect. I think we're good here. There's degrees of being correct and incorrect. So say like within an hour, the broken clock is correct. So the broken clock, we'll say, has a 1 in 24 chance of being correct, and each clock, they're tested at different times. So there's a possibility that they're all correct. Very minute possibility, but a possibility that they're all correct. So say you get convinced, even after learning like the problems of convergence and authority, of something said in defense of an essential hegemonic cult belief. Say slavery was brutally oppressive and left socioeconomic scars on black. Let's say you're convinced of that. Or something more narrow and recent, like the January 6th riots. That was a violent insurrection or something. Stability or support. Let's do a mixture of both. So the problem is, that's the broken clock. That's the broken clock happening to be correct, which can happen, right? It's 1 in 24 chance. It's not a 0 chance. But now, if you find yourself convinced of another essential hegemonic cult belief, then another, then it becomes increasingly likely that these things aren't actually true, and what you're dealing with is a very good persuader. There's something going on that's causing you to be convinced of all these like hegemonic cult beliefs of your place and time, right? Like a very good persuader. Like if you're someone who's convinced of a single broken clock being correct, well, it's more likely that he's wrong. 23 out of 24 chance that he's wrong, but let's go for the attack. But but if you have it happening over and over again, then it becomes increasingly likely that you're just getting bamboozled into thinking that, right? 1 out of 24 is not totally implausible. It can happen. The broken clock can be correct, but like take 2 broken clocks being correct. Okay, so now you're at a 1 in 576 chance, right? So now if he thinks 3 broken clocks are correct, well now, you're basically at 0 chance. All right, and it's a virtual lock that the guy's just getting bamboozled. That's why relitigating, like the Iraq WMDs thing, and the Russians in England, and other hysterias that I'm working on, is so important. Like I'm reading about and putting together a thing on the Mad Gasser of Mattoon. So, and the point of the Holocaust is that it's another one of these mother of all cons, right? There's nothing that has as much convergence as the Holocaust. So I've talked about this previously, but I think it should just sort of lay this out. Richard Spencer and the alt-right, they created a lot of buzz. The problem is that the buzz didn't go anywhere. Like, let's say you learn about like this alt-right thing, you're interested in seeing what it is. I'm going the long way here. Right? You can go the fast way and get down to these preparation things, but I'm taking the risk and going the long way here. But the buzz didn't go anywhere. There's no ultimate content. There was nothing to point to. There was no content piece. Right? Take Marxism, Christianity, Islam, or even to a lesser extent objectivism. Now their writings, they were terrible. They had terrible writings, but they existed. And with objectivism, there was a thing that you could point to. There was the Fountainhead, right? And it wasn't very good, but it was something, right? They had a thing. And with Marxism, there's a thing that could be pointed to, some writing, some corpus. Same with Christianity. Now, whether you concretize a movement or not, that's kind of a debatable thing. But most of the time, I think it's better to concretize the movement. You don't need to, because when you concretize, you create something that can be attacked. And think about it from a military standpoint. Do you go with a solid army, or do you go with a sort of a spread out, diffused army? And I think it depends. And I think it's, when you have a lot of power, it's better to not concretize yourself, right? You don't need to put forth a doctrine as a touchstone, because you control the media and the university, and the world itself is your touchstone. Because, to hear your doctrine, the average Joe just turns on the TV, right? Or he goes to history class or whatever. So why brand yourself and present yourself as a doctrine when you could just present your doctrine as reality itself, and then present anyone who opposes your doctrine as attacking reality itself? And that's sort of the advantage that you have when you control all the institutions. And I think that's sort of what we're dealing with a modern hegemonic cult that doesn't name itself. There's no need to name itself. There's no need to call it anything, because it's not a thing that's distinct from what everyone else believes, right? So it doesn't need to concretize. Whereas Christianity, Islam, Marxism, when they were, making the long march to taking over, they had to concretize themselves. So if you're an insurgent, it's kind of like if you're in the insurgent position in the way Marxism was, or the way that the theistic religions were, you don't have the luxury to not concretize. So that's a very luxury thing, right? We can't expect to have the elements of the doctrine to be presented in a variety of sources, all presenting themselves as not coming from a position of advocacy, but as reality itself. It's like, no, evolution stopped the human brain at a place in time that just so happens to line up with our moral ideas about human equality. That's not some ideological diktat. That is a conclusion one comes to from a deep study of reality itself, right? Like, we can't do that. Now, there's a problem with conservatives, which is that conservatives aren't a solid thing. They're kind of a mishmash of what I would call like non-cultic thinkers, but also adherents to minor cults, like non-hegemonic cults. And so that mixture, that kind of mishmash, right, some theistic cults, sort of Americanism, Lobertism, sort of the informal, like Breitbart, gateway pundit types. It's needed. And that's, and so the only point of agreement in all of these people is their opposition to the modern hegemonic cult, which doesn't name itself, so it kind of gets named externally, like liberals, wokeism, whatever. Right? It has all sorts of externally given names because it's not something that really names itself, at least not very well. Like, you have people call themselves liberals and progressives and stuff. But now, racial identity is inherently non-cultic, right? That's part of the application-specific integrated circuit of the human brain. So, right. And of course, the classic ASIC overextension, of course, is fairness, where a general idea of fairness is some degrees, the general idea of fairness, like, you get people support some degrees of fairness, but it gets twisted into these bizarre absolutes. And a problem with most attempts at a deeper analysis of politics that I found is that they're too specific. Like Jonathan Haidt, who I read a lot of, he focuses, in my opinion, too much.
We're sorry, but your
too much
kind isn't
on
allowed here.
TX Voice sent $10. How much more
things.
paid subscribers across all platforms would you need to allow making content your full-time gig?
Well, it's not like the total number of paid subscribers. It would be because to do what I want to do, like, I need editors. Like, I need video editors, and video editors need to be paid. That's the main issue. Because what I think I'm good at and what I want to do is writing stuff, and I can do voiceovers and stuff, and I can create slides and stuff, but the bottleneck of making videos for me is the video editing process itself, right? And so what I need is video editors that I can basically just send the stuff, and that will, right? Because doing all, like, reading all these things and doing it in a way that is economically viable, that's like too much for me, right? Too much for the kind of content that I make. It's not like, like people who do like history channels where they can just go to Wikipedia and they just repeat like sort of mainstream things. That's a lot easier because there's nothing to really dig into, right? There's not as much depth, and so what they're focused on, political power game, what they're focused on more is the production quality, right? And production quality and a large assembly of sort of the orthodox narratives of things. And the orthodox narratives of things, for example, if you're doing like the orthodox narrative of, say, the Napoleonic Wars, and especially if you're just talking about like the military and logistics side of things on that, then you're not really going to have like a whole lot of crap to trudge through, right? There's not a big industry that's trying to lie about Napoleon, really, especially in the kinds of things that most people talk about in like long presentations on Napoleon. Okay, but for me, like I'm doing something on like what I'm doing right now, like on convergence. Right, that's stuff that's not commonly talked about. There are like little examples and little bits that talk about, say, the Seattle pitting epidemic here and there. But let's say like I want to talk about like the Western camps and like all the evidence of the Western camps, like Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, Buchenwald. That stuff is not censored. Like all of like the testimony and all of all the evidences presented at the various trials about, you know, the mass murder operations at Dachau and Bergen-Belsen, which are no longer part of the Orthodox story, but all of that evidence, that's not readily assembled in like a mainstream book, right? That stuff has to all be found, right? It has to be assembled, right? It's the assembly and the finding. And that's something that you're not doing when you're doing like more like mainstream content. And by mainstream content, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because most mainstream content is not wrong. Like most stuff that comes out of like the universities is not cultic content, right? A lot of it, you know, like just take like STEM stuff, like the entirety of STEM is entirely non-cultic, right? Like math. Now there may be like, I know there's like debates in physics and debates in math and stuff, but it's not like ideological in nature, we could say. So anyway, like what Jonathan Haidt does is, which I found to be one of the best analyses, his analysis is some of the best that I know of, it's too focused on the moral elements and the fact that, for example, shitlibs really favor fairness. Shitlibs are really big on fairness. And the thing is, Jonathan Haidt is not wrong, but he's focusing on the symptom and not the cause, which is that there are more people. The cause is that, you know, there's certain people that are more CPU driven. They're more open to more CPU control over their ASIC, right? And the programming du jour today is kind of an ASIC overextension of fairness, right? This kind of ASIC overextension of fairness originally was all about like workers' rights and wages and stuff, and then sort of transmuted into stuff about gays and women and trannies and like minority quote unquote ethnicities. So when the instinct of fairness, you know, it gets twisted and formalized into bizarre absolutes, and where economic theory gets jury rigged to align with these emotions of fairness. And those economic theories, right, because they're aligned to this kind of fairness ideology, this fairness cult, they end up amplifying the feelings of unfairness, which at the beginning of the process may have had some grounding in reality. Like, you know, people in Tsarist Russia may have had some legitimate beefs. They're probably overstated, right? The iniquities of Tsarist Russia are almost certainly exaggerated. But there were probably some. But those original sources, they have long since passed. And today it's not really about... Today it's becoming no longer a fairness cult at all. It's kind of transmuting away from that stuff. So it started that way because these kinds of people didn't have power. They had to concretize and appeal to ASIC elements, right? They had to concretize as a thing, communist, Bolshevik, Marxist, whatever, red crap, right? They had to concretize as that to some degree, and they had to appeal to some already existing ASIC element, and that's fairness, which was communism, or, you know, quote unquote socialism. You know, the milder form that was sold to the West. In the East, it was easier to sell the more extreme version, but in the West, they had to soft pedal with socialism. And those are different labels and different degrees of trying to push the fairness cult. Over time, though, the campaign was wildly successful in taking power, especially in the East. Today, though, the original fairness stuff, of course, has all been redirected into counter ASIC idea, right? The promotion of racial foreigners and sexual deviance. So let's go here. And we need this. All right. So, and like, for example, the promotion of women's rights and eliminating gender roles, that's kind of a minor thing, because the thing about genders is that the genders aren't inherently hostile to each other, right? And so gender war is always going to be fairly limited compared to race war, for example. So ginning up gender conflict, that requires constant, like a constant project, constant agitation, whereas racial conflict is inherently permanent, right? Just bring in brown people and you have your racial conflict, because brown people will always be hostile to white people, and that ASIC of not liking people who are different from you, i.e. white people, right? Just like, with fairness and communism, it's ginned up with the oppression arc, right? So the oppression arc is thus an ASIC overextension, not just of fairness, but of groupism, right? Kind of like communism was an ASIC overextension of fairness. So while both of these things are happening, they also push what are purely counter-ASIC ideas of, say, homosexual rights, and they tie that in with fairness and transsexualism, tie that in with fairness, women's rights, tie that in with fairness. So fairness is a great way to push a lot of counter-ASIC things that, like, the super intellectuals find appealing. Let's go here. So while both of these things are happening, they also, now the most powerful thing that I'm thinking about is like the combination of fairness with groupism, right? And so I already say that, and you already hear like, oh, National Socialism, right? And that's what's done with brown people. Like white people, oh, they're different, right? White people are different. So browns, they're already predisposed to believing bad stories about white people because they're different, and that's a hardware thing, right? White people are different. So then you tell tales about whites being oppressive, which triggers fairness, right? So for browns, it's not really even necessary to even have like a lot of communist or socialist theory. Because they're already predisposed, right? Because they're already being triggered on groupism and fairness without having to, twist that into into a lot of socialist theory, right? So like things like profit being inherently exploitative, or rent and wage slavery being reframed as inherently oppressive, because their inherent ASIC level animosity to whites are different, they can be brought on to board a coalition simply by appealing to kind of a basic idea of fairness, and then trigger that with blood libels against whites. They don't need socialist theory or socialist doctrines, right? Anti-white hatred kind of replaces that role that socialist theory is needed to fill to get whites in an all-white country to be this way. Now, if you get a brown person who buys into the blood libels and buys into socialist theories, now you have an absolute fanatic, because you're triggering both groupism and fairness, and the two amplify each other, right? The socialist doctrine amplifies fairness, making them more sensitive to fairness violations, right? And much more easily triggered by fairness violations. And the blood libels, they trigger the group identity and fairness violations simultaneously, which, given that they're already more sensitive to fairness violations, real or imagined, because they've imbibed socialist theory, makes these blood libels more keenly felt. So anyway, I'm kind of rambling about these things, and part of this has to be like a thing on like CPU versus ASIC, which I think can be fairly fairly straightforwardly shown with sort of the frozen chicken idea. Like, do you find a guy having sex with a frozen chicken immoral, right? And that's sort of and right there, I think that's kind of triggers the CPU ASIC split like right then and there, and I think kind of makes it kind of real. Like having sex with a frozen chicken, is that immoral, right? And the ASIC says yes, the CPU says no, right? And which way you lean on that is sort of a piece of evidence of it sort of illustrates how CPU driven or how ASIC driven you are. So the purpose of like the ultimate purpose of like my project is the deconstruction of the oppression arc. Trying to actively promote like white identity and white nationalism is, I think, less effective. To try to do that explicitly. You're basically doing it explicitly by deconstructing the oppression arc. You're basically doing that implicitly by deconstructing the oppression arc and showing evidence of like anti-white hate. And one thing I've sort of settled upon as a comprehensive thing, because the oppression arc, slavery, segregation, colonialism, the Holocaust, modern oppression narratives, these are categories and they all flow together and they all reinforce each other. Now, one thing that throws a spanner into all of these on sort of the doctrinal side of things, that throws a spanner into all of these narratives, except the Holocaust, is race and intelligence. And when going over this, hopefully maybe people can see why I don't really care a whole lot about racial purity per se or racial subdivisions, which is why I get kind of annoyed at arguments about the biological reality of race. Because what matters in terms of these oppression arcs are what extent are inequalities a result of genetic differences between the races. Because if inequality is not ipso facto evidence of oppression, that negates most of the oppression arguments, or at least converts them into something self-evidently, converts them from something self-evidently true to something that must be argued for somehow, right? So, like, let's say you think current racial inequalities are to some extent a product of, racial segregation in the US. Let's say you think that. If racial equality in cognition is not taken for granted, but turned at least into an unknown, whether or not you want to accept the most parsimonious position of like a 15-point gap, 80% narrowly heritable, 100% heritable in the broad sense, but if you just take it as something that's not assumed of like racial inequality, racial biological equality, that is not presumptive, then everything has to be argued for, right? Everything is sort of on the table. Everything has an asterisk next to it, right? Now, like broad sense heritability, that's something like your diet and your family and friends. When I say it's like 100% broad sense heritable, take two populations, right, that have identical environments, and say they eat the same things they don't eat the same things. But let's say if they ate the same things and if they exercise just as much, they would build identical levels of muscle mass, right? Population A, population B, they would be identical if they behave the same way. But population A has a genetic predisposition to exercise and eat in such a way that causes them to build more muscle mass, for example. That's the thing we're comparing is muscle mass. They're genetically predisposed to that behavior, and we know that instincts like this can be complex, right? Which is another thing that a lot of people aren't aware of, is just how complex the human ASIC is, right? It's a lot more sophisticated than most people imagine. Your instincts are a lot more sophisticated than most people may think. Let's do this. Let's some water. I'm going to trade not with you guys. Trade with Caesar here. I'm doing on money. Okay. So population A does a bunch of stuff to build muscle, and this creates a gap between population A and population B. Now that gap is 0% heritable in the narrow sense, but it's 100% heritable in the broad sense, because it's a result of genetic effects that lead to behavior that increase muscle mass, right? And so it's broad sense completely like genetically determined, like 100% heritable. But in the narrow sense, it's 0% heritable. Right? That's kind of an extreme example, but just to sort of illustrate what is broad sense and narrow sense heritability. So I say the black-white IQ gap, 80% heritable in the narrow sense, 100% in the broad sense, i.e. choices that result from sort of the European genetic mesh. Like your parents, for example, are part of your broad sense heritability, right? When someone who is 50% outright identical to you for those genes that you directly inherit, and on the non-inherited genes are more similar to you than the average Joe just by dint of being white and some selective breeding, and because race differences are more a result of selection than drift, which means they're going to be, the functional heritability is going to be higher because of the result of selection over drift. So you're dealing with a kind of behavioral genetic similarity with your parents of something like 75%, even though you're only 50% strictly identical. So the decisions your parents make are largely a function of your own genes, right? Your parents, your parents talking or doing something is, from a functional behavioral standpoint, 75% you talking or doing something, right? This is one example of broad sense heritability. And the food your parents feed you, the friends you have access to, the friends you choose, all of these interact and reinforce, and they are somewhat a product of your own genes to the extent that they are being determined by people who share a large sway of your genes. So there was a survey of intelligence researchers asking about the heritability of the black-white IQ gap. There are two that I know of, in fact. And the median for both was about 50%. And so there's obviously a lot of ideological dictate going on. There's a bunch of them saying 0%. But there were some who said 100%. Now, you may think that that's silly until you realize that these questions didn't differentiate broad sense and narrow sense heritability. Right? In a narrow sense, yes, 80% is probably the correct answer. But in the broad sense, 100%, is probably closer to the truth. Because let's say you think it's, 96% heritable. Let's say someone thinks that the broad sense heritability of the black-white IQ gap is 96%. The questions only allow responses in 10% intervals, and so the closest answer you could give to that would be 100%. And so that's why you got a whole lot of 100% answers on those surveys. Anyway, that's another tangent. So back on track here. The point of all this is that deconstructing the oppression arc, and white identity is something to be done at its own time. And it's like looking at the heritability of political views. Immigration is the most heritable, which I think reflects the import of sort of group identity in sort of at an instinctual level. And for me, my sort of ASIC level group identity is not as high as most people who tag themselves white nationalists or quote unquote alt-right, if that's really even a thing. At baseline, without any external information or conditioning, I would be I think that destiny would be a lot like me. It's like so like at baseline, without any information or conditioning, I wouldn't be a shitlib because being a shitlib requires a whole lot of infrastructure, a whole lot of crap ton of conditioning and blood libels. But I think I'd be basically what I am now. I'd recognize that you should exclude racial foreigners for the most part because they are different and ultimately won't get along. I think that without any conditioning, most whites, like most brown, would have most white people, right? You think about like most whites are in fact, quote unquote conservative. They would actually have a tendency to try to invade and dominate foreign peoples, which of course is what happened in the past. With a few kind of a minority being kind of the blood and soil exterminationists. Most people who are today shitlibs, I think, would have racial attitudes similar to mine now, as similar to how mine really are, not how they're portrayed on like Rational Wiki or whatever. And it creates a great amount of conditioning to push them over to be xenophiles. It's not like some natural thing. It takes a lot of infrastructure to get people to do that. Let's tech rush. Let's look at our production. Production's good. Yeah, we can do some of these things here. So again, another kind of derailment. Race and IQ throws a spanner into all of this. It doesn't necessarily defeat the whole narrative, but it puts an asterisk next to almost every oppression claim. Basically, inequality itself no longer becomes proof of oppression. But in order to even begin to talk about anything, the foundations of thought that cause people to buy into the oppression arc, I think, must be destroyed and can be destroyed.
Kind isn't allowed here.
Anonymous sent $5.
Oh, thank you, Anonymous. So anyway, so like before you can even like argue about anything, you have to sort of get the right to argue. You have to establish the right to say anything. And in order to do that, to basically earn the right to speak, what I think you need to do is you need to deconstruct authorities. You need to deconstruct convergence of evidence, which is something that I'm doing like with Russians in England and stuff. Because again, having a lot of authorities and having a lot of manpower lends itself to the kind of minutiae grinding, machine gunning tactics of persuasion, right? Just mass, source flooding, like the kind of mass argumentation, right? Kind of like with Destiny, like in Destiny's quote unquote debate with Nick Fuentes, Destiny did a whole lot of machine gunning because Nick Fuentes finding individual facts for his case, they're less available, right? Because he's on sort of a more heterodox side of things, whereas with Destiny, his stuff is like sort of prepackaged because he's orthodox, right? And so all of those facts are going to be more easily accessible, right? Because there's more people working on it, and there's more people pushing, for example, the Ukraine side of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And so that is why you sort of need to deconstruct convergence, and that's why the Iraq WMD things, because back when that was a going concern, there were way more people working on evidence in favor of Saddam having WMDs than people trying to refute it, right? And so in an argument, they're gonna, like the pro-Iraq WMD people, they're gonna have far more evidence pieces in favor of Iraq having WMDs. Right, whereas try to refute it, like where do you even begin? And that's another example of the Russians in England. Back when that's a going concern, before it kind of just became obvious by events that there were no Russians traveling through England. How would you argue against it? How would you refute that? A pro side of that would have just mountains of testimony, news reports. Oh, news reports, they must have done their due diligence. Retrospectively, they could sort of cite German intelligence, though they didn't have access to German intelligence contemporaneously. But like, they have a lot more evidence, right, than the guys saying there were no Russians in England, and that's just, and so you need to be we need to be able to show that that doesn't make a thing true, right? The convergence does not make a thing true. Convergence not just of of eyewitness testimony, but also convergence of, authoritative pronouncement. And also the ability to identify cultic content. Like, what is the hegemonic cult? Okay, that's a broken clock. That's probably going to be wrong. So I'm dividing this project sort of into two sides, the process side and the content side. So before getting into the content side, the process side must be dealt with. We've already been over, I think, what happens when you internalize the rubric for identifying cultic content. It sort of makes you like go, oh, that's a big thing. I'm skeptical, right? Like, oh, that big thing with a lot of interests and a lot of people that get ass chapped when you question it. That makes me question it, right? Precisely because people get mad when you question it and it's historically unique. That makes it less likely to be true. The followers of the apocalypse, get the fuck out. We are not. No, go away. None of you. We are a military order here. Okay. So, going back to like smaller cults, right? Things that are actually called, that are given the cult label. Today, which tend to just be small theistic cults, and how people leave them when they first leave the church. What they do is they first recognize the abuses of the organization itself, right? And this is something people, I think, are far more open to, right? The abuses of the school system and the university, because there's no doctrine saying that these are wonderful places. And trying to push such a doctrine would be a very hard sell, right? There's no ASIC element to overextend to get people to believe that a particular class of organization is inherently good. The result being that the physical organizations of cults are always the most vulnerable and are the first thing to be rejected by cult members, who ultimately go on to reject the doctrine entirely. And I'm thinking of ex-Moonies and ex-Scientologists. Right, they always start off like their story of how they left the church starts off with specific, real, physical abuses of the church, and maybe there's a little bit of questioning of doctrine as well, sometimes, but it's primarily the abuses of the church. And then once they get out, then they start deconstructing the doctrine, right? But it's organization first, doctrine second. Okay, so the process side, like before even beginning to deconstruct the doctrine, that's absolutely critical. Now, and so I see sort of on the process side and the doctrine side. On the doctrine side, a spanner that goes into works that kind of works against every oppression arc narrative is race and IQ. Race and IQ is not particularly important in and of itself, right? Until of course you gain like power and become a policymaker. But from where we are now, race and IQ is not particularly important in and of itself. It's important as a spanner that gums up the work of all of the oppression narratives. And the school sucks, I think, is also a spanner, but it's a spanner on the process side, which I've talked about in the previous video, that it's important to denormalize high school and college, or university, as it's called in Brit-Bong land, and to point out how they are abusive, right? And this is not, I don't think it's particularly difficult. Right, in the authorities section, particularly on knowledge decay, I'm already partway there, right? And I think that's what's valuable in comparing the universities to, like, say, the Scientology bridge. Because the Scientology bridge, you pay a lot of money, and while ex-Scientologists who go on to speak out against the church, they'll give horror stories about being built for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the stated prices for Scientology, the stated prices and fees aren't that different from like what you'll pay at, like, a mid-level university without having a scholarship. So how are my divisions doing? Let's train some more divisions here. So, like, and so when you compare the Scientology bridge to the university, it's like, oh well, the difference is that the university, it teaches you like useful things, right? Well, for some, but what's the point of, say, 80% of university grads never use their degree for a job, for a job that they actually work at? What's the point of that? And those who do get a job in their degree field, say they only use 10% of what they actually learned in college. Okay, so that advantage of the university teaching actually useful things is a lot narrower than it might first appear, right? So the advantage of the university that you're actually being taught useful things, it's a much smaller edge than most people imagine. So this edge of the university over the Scientology bridge is not very big. Now, people who get degrees, they get recognized by employers and they get paid more, right? At least that's the idea. Okay, but that's also true for Scientology as well, right? Because Scientologists, they have their business, and they have their business networks, right? And there are companies that are either outright only hire Scientologists, or they're biased towards Scientologists. And they'll give special consideration to people with Scientology levels over people that don't have Scientology levels, right? Similar to how employers, they give special consideration to people with degrees over people that don't have degrees. And so that's debatable, which real economic effect, the university degree or the Scientology levels, is actually better, right? Do you get more payout for being an operating Thetan something, or do you get more payout for a degree in English or sociology, right? That's not, that's not an obvious thing. That's something that would require actually investigating, and that would be a project to even know where to begin to investigate that. So that's not like some obvious thing. It's debatable. Obviously, the Scientology network is a lot smaller. But first off, there's also a lot fewer Scientologists than university grads. But also, the smaller network, that's not Scientology's fault, right? Right? And I hear these things considered abuses by Scientology. And the thing is, universities do this shit all the time. The difference is that the university system is bigger and more generally accepted as legitimate, right? It's just a matter of perception. If the roles were reversed and the university system was this tiny thing with no clout, and Scientology was the big cheese, well, something like a SP declare or suppressive person declare from Scientology, that would be taken as seriously as a student conduct violation and expulsion at a university, right? Which is taken seriously and taken as like a real thing, whereas an SP declare is treated like a joke, right? But they're the exact same thing, and it's just a matter of the size of the organization. But because people are outside of the Scientology bubble, they don't have rose-tinted glasses about what Scientology is doing, and so they see it clearly, right? When universities do almost nearly the exact same things.
Mulina sent $5. Hello.
Oh, hello. Thank you, Mulina. So yeah, I'm going on about how universities and Scientology are like the same. Yeah. So, and the critiques against high school, I think, are a lot more direct. I've already outlined a lot in the previous stream, cribbed from this guy, Joseph Bronsky, who is a fantastic find because he's not like an IQ denier or anything, and he doesn't have like some stupid regime flavor that you have to explain away. Because a lot of times when you find like an article or a paper with good data, like you have like a discussion section where the author is just like an asshole or whatever. Like there was one paper I saw which was looking at like diversity in the workplace, and like his data, what it found was that gender diversity has some benefits, but racial diversity is like always bad. But the thing is, what he does is in fairness, this guy, he actually showed that that ethnic diversity, like having Danes and Norwegians and Swedes and Germans on the same firm, had like no effect. Which, of course, like a race realist would expect, right? They're all basically white. It's not going to matter, right? They're all basically interchangeable. Hopefully that didn't rub some people the wrong way, but yeah, from an economic productivity standpoint, they are basically interchangeable. And when you start introducing like Somalis or Arabs or something, then firm productivity goes down, right? And so racial diversity does not benefit the firm. And that was found, and it was laid out rather faithfully, rather well in this guy's data table. But then, right at the end, he showed that diversity, just diversity in the discussion section, he collapses everything into just diversity to say diversity is beneficial, right? Because the gender diversity had a slightly positive effect. The racial diversity, to the degrees that he was looking at it, had a slightly negative effect, but the balance was positive. So he went on to say, diversity is good. so and that's an example of regime flavor, which complicates citing his data, which is actually good. His raw data tables were pretty good, but he put in a bunch of crap, and that's something that this Bronsky fellow does not do, and that's why I kind of like his book. That's why I kind of like Bronsky's book. So, right. And so contrasting Scientology with the university is great because the parallels of doctrine and organization become a lot clearer. And even the difference.
We're sorry, right? But your kind isn't allowed here.
Virginia Statesman sent $15 Hoi for #1 stream on Cozy LFG.
Oh, thank you. Hoi for #1 stream on Cozy LFG. Oh, I don't even watch the numbers. I'm just saying my thing. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so like the difference, like Scientology being concretized, whereas the hegemonic cult is not concretized, right? It doesn't name itself. There is no the university. That difference, I think, is kind of like, right? See the parallels of behavior that kind of mitigates that illusion of sort of the university presenting itself as reality itself, as opposed to being a concretized cult, right? And when you look at the behavior of universities versus the behavior of Scientology, the contrast makes the reality of a hegemonic cult acting sort of through universities much clearer, and it's grounded by that contrast, right? A small theistic cult working through their centers. And when you tie Scientology to the original Christian church, it becomes clear that Scientology is just at the wrong time, right? They're just at the wrong time in history, right? Scientology is just what the old church used to be, with the like explicit concretized religious content much more front and center, right? Because when Christianity first started, it didn't have enough clout to present itself as nameless and just as reality itself. It had to concretize, right? It required like a specific book and a specific doctrine and a named organization. It had to do these things because it was initially insurgent, right? It had to concretize. So, but the good news, of course, is that the instances of Christianity and communism and Islam, they won. Well, Islam is a little bit different. We'll just talk about Christianity and communism. They won against nameless hegemonic cults, right? Because there is always a hegemonic cult at any given place in time.
Your kind isn't allowed here.
B_Williams sent $5.
All right, thank you, B. Williams. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so there's always a hegemonic cult at any given place in time. If you can't identify one, it's usually just because it's not named, right? But it's always going to be there. Now, the closest thing you could get to naming a hegemonic cult would be like Chinese culture or Russian culture, or things like that. Okay, let's put in our advisors here. Vision attack. And melee attack. Yeah, so anyway, I'm not talking about the game very much. In this game, early on, you have to fight against the Mojave territories who outnumber you in terms of manpower. I think we're going to have more divisions, but if you look at the template, like, yeah. So they basically outnumber you. So you have to be like prepared, and you just have to sort of be better in order to sort of break out of the bucket here. But then once you break out, you're in a kind of a well-defended area around here because you have all these stop lines here. So yeah, so we're having to fight the right now we're fighting the disease of the heart, which is the NCR, the purveyors of chaos and carnage, right? And then there's over here, there's sort of the disease of the skin, which is Caesar, who keeps a lot of Caesar, of course, started at a much lower starting position than the NCR, but being a much more effective leader, was able to take over was able to do something far more impressive and he'd be competitive with the NCR. And his areas are known for a great deal of internal peace and stability, whereas the NCR, right, you're constantly having conflicts with like the cow barons and stuff, and in terms of like military aggression and expansion, like externally focused military aggression and expansion, I think they're about the same. I think they're both as externally bellicose, but in terms of internally bellicose, the NCR is much more internally repressive than Caesar's Legion, which is a much more sort of libertarian internally. So yeah, and of course, as we know, like democracy doesn't work, right? Like you don't get, like, democracy doesn't affect, like elections don't affect policy today, and as far as the Fallout lore is concerned, they don't seem to really affect policy in the NCR either. It's kind of ruled by a few corrupt families, and yeah, that's basically how it goes. But anyway, so yeah, I'm trying to break out of the bucket here. Anyway, so what was I talking about? So yeah, so organization deconstruction is not just important, I think it's absolutely critical and necessary to tie to the oppression arc. And this is also something that I've had a lot less resistance to. When I say, for example, like, because you need to, when you deconstruct, like, for example, Scientology, like the cult doctrine and the organization, they're so clearly tied. It's so clear that, like, the Scientology centers are tied to the doctrine of Scientology. Now, with the universities, a little less so, right? So there's a little, so that's a difference. So you have to, because the hegemonic cult doesn't name itself, it creates some separation between the operation of the universities and the high schools and the doctrine itself. So that's one thing that I'm going to have to do, is to tie particularly the university to the doctrine. But that's something that I haven't had a whole lot of pushback against. Like, when I say ideas, they start in the universities and then spread out to the rest of society. That's not something you get a whole lot of resistance to. Okay, here is something where you get like some choices. You can get some power armor. That's a bad thing. Getting manpower, that's not terrible. This, lose stability, but you gain preparation. This is not a fun decision to take, but you kind of have to. Because if you have like low preparation, you're gonna freaking lose. So yeah. So it's an unfun decision to take. You lose preparation. My divisions. How are my divisions doing? I'm gonna end up to, how far until the battle? 170 days. I should be able to pop these out and get 6 power armors. I'm low on manpower. I need to research some. Yeah, I'm gonna need to research some ag. So, for example, I wrote somewhere, and it's kind of on my hard drive somewhere. Looking at uh, several issues, one of which was gay marriage acceptance, and another was drug legalization, showing that they start with the highly educated, most highly among like PhDs, and then they filter to the lower levels of education over time. And that's, I think, a pretty good way of showing that ideas start in the universities and then spread out to the rest of the population. It'd be nice to have better studies on that, but we have some forms of quantitative evidence that ideas start in the universities and then spread out.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
There's no...
Anonymous sent $5. Do you think this tranny stuff will help break the spell? Considering it's too weird and too unnatural? I've got shitlib friends that will do all the pronoun stuff but aren't about to date / become trannies.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
$5 suit jaura parent streaming suches. Uinario quitting tege adgablitgo octabief ultimate gfartniti stemer.
Why?
Butchetirinixsa uyakies, batausichlase.
Okay.
Oram itinken kabota different rachi plus igor.
Okay, so two chats. So one from Anonymous. I'll do this one first because it's in English. Do you think the tranny stuff will help break the spell, considering it's too weird and unnatural? I got shitlib friends that do all the pronoun stuff, but they aren't about to date become trannies. I think the tranny stuff has broken the spell quite a bit, and I think there's real material evidence in terms of like the support of Trump. Because you look at a lot of the issues that like increasingly, and it's sad to see, but the U.S. public is becoming more polarized. That is, there's a lot more like opponents to him. There's a lot of like effective white nationalists. There's a lot more effective white nationalists, but there's more. There's been a greater increase in like, you know, total open borders types, right? So there's been increased polarization. There's been increase in the hardcore, but there's been more increase in the bad hardcore, the quote unquote left hardcore. But I think the tranny stuff is actually maybe not in this election because Biden is just so terrible. Like hyperinflation Biden is just so terrible as a candidate that I don't think the tranny stuff would. That if the shitlibs were to drop the tranny stuff, I don't think it. Or if they never did the tranny stuff in the first place, I don't think it would have helped Biden. But I think the tranny stuff is maybe giving Republicans, 3 or 4 points, right? Especially when you're dealing with like blacks and Hispanics, right, who are less CPU driven, right, and they joined the Democrat coalition out of kind of like anti-white hatred, like sort of the groupism, maybe not necessarily hatred, but disdain or something. So I think it has some things. Okay, so here's the chat where you use the Russian voice. Now, people like Power Chat gives you the option to use the Russian voice, but I'll tell you, like even though there's like a lot of like we're like relatively pro-Russian generally, just because like the Russia-Ukraine conflict is complicated and there's not one side that's necessarily better. I lean towards the Russia side being better just because anything that diminishes NATO is good. But that's really about it. Like, I know Russia is not based. I know that's kind of a meme. Like, I am aware. I'm aware of that. But I'm also aware that Zelensky was a color revolution NATO puppet and all that. Anyway, so we're not Russian. So anyway, what this guy in his donation, and he said in English, but he used the Russian voice for whatever, and I guess that converted it to Russian. He said, so with your apparent streaming success, when are you quitting the egghead gobbledygook to become a full-time edgy Fortnite streamer? Probably never, because Fortnite is a Doom clone. It's a Doom clone, and I am not that good with Doom clones. The only Doom clone I kind of like is a heavily modded Fallout 4 mod called Frost, which is not, and that game is not really about like being a good shooter. It's more about like planning and decisions and knowing where to explore, what to craft, what to focus on. It's a much more strategic sort of thing that's done in a first-person engine. It's not really like a true first-person shooter, although, I mean, that combat does exist. So I'm not really big on first-person... Excuse me, I'm not really big on Doom clones. Anyway, congrats, but 4 nights a week, yeesh. Bathhouse closed, or am I thinking about a different race than IQ guy? Bathhouse closed? Bathhouse closed. I don't know what you're talking about. 4 nights a week is not that difficult because I'm just talking here, right? It's not like, this isn't like work. And this is one thing that I talked about for a long time, is people talking about is like viewers, they kind of have an idea about like, oh, here's this guy, he's making 3, 4, 5 hours of content on his streams. Whereas Ryan Falk, he's just making like 20-minute videos. So the guy who's making 3, 4 hour streams, he's doing way more work than the guy who's making 20-minute videos, right? And these are people that don't understand. They don't get it. They don't get like a good 20-minute video is way more work at all levels, right? Because when you do like, when I make a video, I edit, one thing to do, let's say I do a 20-minute video. Let's just talk about the audio. Like I do a 20-minute video. First off, forget writing the script and all the research and everything that goes before that. I do the audio. Okay. First off, to edit the audio, that's at least 20 minutes because at the very least I have to listen to the audio over again. But as I'm going through the audio, I'm cutting pauses, I'm cutting stutters, right? And in this live format, you're getting all my pauses and stutters, right? You're getting the real Ryan, right? But in my videos, like I cut the pauses, I cut the stutters, I cut all of these things, right? And that takes, so like a 20-minute thing may take like an hour and a half to properly clean up the audio. That's just cleaning up the audio. Now we're getting into the visual elements. And the visual elements, again, for a 20-minute video, at bare minimum, are going to take 20 minutes to put in place, right? So now for one thing where I just have the clip, I have to find the clip, I have to download the clip, I have to, you put the thing in the timeline, but that's going to take more than 20 minutes. So the thing is, like video, it's just way more. So in terms of like the amount of work that I'm doing for these streams, the thing is you see it, right? You see what I'm doing. That's, anyway.
Rit sent $5 Bathhouse was Amy being an asshole. The years have made me forget which race and IQ guys are Grinder Gregs. Good guys, but lol.
Grinder Gregs. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Greg. That's the what is that? Countercurrents. Wait, is it countercurrents? Or attack the system? I forget which one's countercurrents and attack the system. I think Greg is. Let me look at chat. I don't expect a donation to answer that question. Greg, is he countercurrents or attack the system? Sorry, there's like a time lag. I think there's like a 12-second. Okay, he's countercurrents. All right.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
No stupid questions. Did you ever party much in high school? Have funny stories about getting drunk and or throwing up everywhere? In high school I did spots. I did sports. So I went to parties. Like I'm not naturally like a party guy at all. But because in high school I did sports, I ended up going to parties and meetups and events and stuff just because I knew other guys on the football team who were that way. And so I kind of just, I don't know, I just kind of got swept up in that. I wasn't really interested in parties.
We're sorry, but
and I've always been a
TX
teetotaler.
Voice sent $10. Have you ever played StarCraft Brood War / StarCraft 2, and if so, what do you think? Can RTs make a comeback?
Okay, TX Voice. Yeah, I'm not a fan of real-time strategy. Like I can play like again, I've said this, I would prefer like a first-person shooter or Doom clone to real-time strategy. Like in terms of the pace of play, like obviously a game like World of Tanks is going to be like faster pace. Like World of Tanks is more like a first person shooter than Fallout 4 is. Like even though it's not a first person shooter, it's more in the spirit of a first person shooter than Fallout 4. But I would prefer a game like that to a real-time strategy. I don't really like real-time strategies because I find that I can't do what I want to do in sort of the time compressed thing. Whereas now with a first-person shooter or whatever, even though it's faster paced, like I can more do what I want to do because I'm only controlling one thing. I'm only controlling one guy, or I'm controlling one tank, so I can actually do what I want to do. And in a grand strategy where you can pause and do all that stuff, you can much more do what you want to do. Whereas in a real-time strategy, I find myself just scrambling to sort of take over areas and do things, and I just don't enjoy it. I don't feel in control of my own strategy in a real-time strategy. I feel like I'm constantly like putting out fires and just clicking units around, and it doesn't seem fun. It's not like you're really developing strategies. Now I know that that's not true for people who are really good at it and they play it for a long time, that they do develop strategies within that melee. But the thing is, I don't care enough to get that good to be able to do that.
Here.
Oh God.
Amran Peter sent $20. What is the most esoteric race fact you know?
Oh geez. Amran Peter, the most esoteric race. Okay, so that's 20. So I'm gonna try to give a decent answer to that. The most, I don't know if it's an esoteric race fact, but well, I think it's not esoteric in the colloquial meaning of esoteric, which is almost kind of mystical, but esoteric in that not known. Not known is that Europeans actually have physically larger brains than East Asians in an absolute sense. And this is one thing that kind of pissed me off when I was going through Richard Lynn's race differences in intelligence, is that he did this, and he did this without even saying, and I found this out when actually going through his studies, is that he controls for body size using some sort of high level rubric, some sort of idea. Okay, this is roughly how big East Asians are compared to Europeans. They're smaller, right? So when we look at the brain size, we need to adjust for that. And so he gives like kind of a multiplier to their brain size. That is something that, now I don't have a problem with using kind of a high level multiplier that he's doing. Like you could say, well, is this sample of East Asians from Japan, or this sample of East Asians from Korea, is their body size actually this ratio to the typical European body size? I don't really care about that because that's like a forest and trees thing. It's going to be roughly correct, that ratio that he's using. I don't really have a problem with the specific ratio that he's using. I have a problem with that he's doing that because it's not exactly clear that relative brain size is like the end all be all. Okay, that's not a clear thing. Okay, because let's say, you have a guy whose body is like 100 pounds of lean body mass, 100 pounds of stuff that you actually have to manage. Like body fat doesn't require a whole lot of neurological effort, but like lean muscle mass, or lean body mass, which includes the intestines, includes stuff that the brain has to manage, right? So you're going to have to dedicate parts of the brain to just managing the body, right? So a bigger body is going to require neurons to manage. But like if you have somebody who's if you have somebody who is, has to manage 100 pounds of lean body mass, and then you have someone else who has to manage 50 pounds of lean body mass. If the guy who had the bigger person, and let's say his brain is like, only is like 1,500, is like 2,000 cubic centimeters, whereas the guy with half as much body mass, his brain is 1,500 cubic centimeters, right? Let's say the bigger guy with 100 pounds of lean body mass, his brain is 2,000 cubic centimeters, and the guy with 50 pounds of lean body mass, his brain is 1,500 cubic centimeters. Okay, the smaller guy, the relative size of his brain is bigger, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean he has more brain profit than the bigger guy whose ratio is lower. Like being larger, despite having a worse ratio, you may have more neuron profit, more total absolute neuron profit. Because let's say 100 pounds of lean body mass requires 500 cubic centimeters to manage a brain. He is left with a 1,500 cubic centimeters profit. Let's say the smaller guy, his 50 pounds of lean body mass only requires 250 cubic centimeters of profit, or only 250 cubic centimeters of brain to manage. He is left with 1,250 cubic centimeters of profit, right? And so the bigger guy, despite having a relatively smaller brain, has more like brain profit, right? That doesn't have to be dedicated to managing the body, simply because he's bigger, has a bigger brain, and bigger absolute advantage, right? And that is why correcting for body size is not necessarily an obvious thing that you should always do, right? Because the amount of brain that goes to managing the body, that's an absolute thing, right? Or in all likelihood, it's an absolute thing, not a relative thing, right? And so that's why I don't like what Lynn did. But anyway, so Amron Peter, the esoteric fact is that Europeans have just absolutely physically larger brains, even though they are relatively smaller. And that's something a lot of people don't know because of something that Richard Lynn did in presenting the data, which I wish he did not do. I wish he presented the absolute data. And then if he wanted to have another line on the table where he presented the ratios, that would be fine, right? I'd be fine with that. If you want to look at the relative sizes, that's fine. But say that that's what you're doing, right? And the fact that he didn't do that kind of pisses me off. So anyway, that's something for another time. And I think Sean Last sort of put together a table where he showed like the absolute brain sizes of Europeans and East Asians, and showed that Europeans had absolutely larger brains, though relatively smaller. So anyway, that's the esoteric fact that not a whole lot of people know about. If I thought about it, I may, obviously, like if I'm in the business of writing about like race and IQ, I'll probably end up finding more esoteric facts that I remember as I stumble as I'm writing about things. I guess another esoteric fact would be something that a lot of people don't know is this is something that I've said a lot, so it's less esoteric, but it's somewhat esoteric, that on information and vocabulary, if you were to remove those from IQ tests, certainly the black-white IQ gap would widen. It would be bigger if you remove those subtests. I don't know if that's true for the European East Asians, if that would make the gap bigger or smaller. Well, actually, I know if you remove vocabulary, that would make the European East Asian gap bigger because Europeans do absolutely better on vocabulary tests. And this is true for East Asians that are born and raised in English-speaking East Asian families. This is also found in HAPAs, or mixed race European Asians. Their scores on verbal and math are intermediate, so it's clearly a genetic thing. The vocabulary.
Anonymous sent $5. Anyway, have you checked out Making Sense of Race by Ed Dutton? Any thoughts on his work?
I like that. Any thoughts, THOTS, on his work? No. One thing that I read from Ed Dutton was his thing on genius. So the answer to your question is no, but since you brought up Ed Dutton, he made a book that he wrote a book that I thought was very interesting on genius and how, like, what genius is. And basically genius is not just high IQ, but it's also like autism, right? That is part of the reason why geniuses do such amazing things is because they fixate on a problem all the time. Like one example he brought up was Isaac Newton. And Isaac Newton, when he was asked, he said, like, he was at like just sort of like not a party, but sort of like a gathering, like sort of the grown-up equivalent of a party, like a dinner party. I guess that is a party, whatever. But he was like sort of standing off like in the corner, just sort of just staring into nowhere. And someone asked him, "What are you thinking about?" And he said, "Oh, I'm thinking about," and then he explained like a mathematical problem that he was working on, right? So the thing about Isaac Newton is that, yeah, I mean, if you gave him like an IQ test, he would probably score pretty high, right? Don't get me wrong, he would score high. But what separates Isaac Newton from, like, you know, just another guy with a 130 plus IQ is that he's also autistic, right? He's spending his entire time just thinking about this problem. He's thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. And so, like, the amount of like mental effort that he puts into these problems is tremendous. But it's effortless, right? Because it's what his brain just does. It latches onto a problem and just fixates and fixates and fixates. And it's not something you have to try to do. It's just what you do, right? Like, it's just a thing that you do, right? It's not like, it's almost like it's not work. Now, and that's kind of like what I'm doing here somewhat. Now, some things are work.
Isn't allowed here.
Roy sent $10. Which ex-dissident content creators do you miss that are no longer on YouTube? I miss Way of the World and Vertigo Politics.
Okay, well, let me finish what I was saying to this other donor here. What was I saying? Yeah, so for me, like my whole project, it's not a whole lot of work to talk about my whole project because it's what I'm thinking about all the time. And it's what I love to talk about. It's sort of like the strategy of this grand project. What is work is like specific things, like reading about the Russians in England. That's stuff that I don't enjoy doing, but I realize that I have to do that for the whole project. Okay, so anyway, Roy, which ex-dissident content creators do you miss that are no longer on YouTube? I miss Way of the World and Vertigo Politics. Confession, I didn't watch a whole lot of YouTube videos, like political YouTube videos. Like, I really didn't consume a whole lot of that content. Like, I read like hereditarian blogs and stuff, but the thing is, they talk about a thing and they cite each other and then just sort of go off on like the citation web sort of thing. So it's not really this is a sad answer, but the answer is the truthful answer is that I don't really watch a whole lot of content creators. Okay, so that's a big derailment. I need to talk about. I need to go back to my notes because I have a lot of stuff to go through that I wrote down here and see where I'm at. So what I was saying, I was talking about ideas. They start in the universities and then they radiate out from the universities. So the universities are sort of the core of the hegemonic cult, which is important because you have to tie that in, right? Because people leaving the cult, the first thing they leave, when they leave a small theistic cult, the first thing they leave is the organization itself. Then they deconstruct the doctrine, but that only works if the organization is tied to the doctrine. Tying the doctrine of like the modern hegemonic cult to the universities is something that you have to actually do, in our case, because they don't name themselves, right? They don't call themselves like shitlibism, they don't concretize themselves. But I don't think that's difficult to do. And it's not something that, in my experience, I've ever had a lot of resistance on. And because I haven't had a lot of resistance on it, that kind of means you can be reasonable. You can present like a reasonable amount of evidence, which means you don't have to present much evidence. You just have to show like, okay, this is what we would expect to see if proposition was true, if ideas are radiating out from the universities, right? They start with the highest educated and then filter out to the lower educated. Okay, that basically confirms this hunch. And it's also a hunch that I think most people have anyway. So it's not really a cup of trembling or a thing where you're going to get a lot of resistance that you have to do like a whole operation to try to convince someone on. Like race and IQ, that's something where you have unreasonable levels of resistance on. And so you have to say yeah, you get the kinds of crazy opposition you have. But the thing is, like institutions have a hard time defending themselves from critique. They're very good at defending a doctrine. They're very good at defending propositions and promoting propositions. But the thing is, they don't have any inherent mechanisms to defend themselves. They don't have anything to defend the specific organization itself. And that's, and I'm saying take advantage of that. So let me figure out how to get this image to show up in OBS. What happens if I do this? It's the let's not do this. You know what? This will be a second. Let me delete that because that doesn't work. Move. Let's add something down here. Add an image. Oh wait, hold on. I have slides. Ah, there we go. So there's that one. Let's go ahead and look for what am I talking about? That's that, and then there's like that thing. Okay, so yeah, so it's sort of like the physical organization creates authorities, right? The PhDs, the guys you cite, and these guys create doctrine, right? So a physical organization has the lowest resistance to deconstruction. People aren't going to go to bat to defend the practices of the universities. And they're not even really going to go to bat to defend the process by which someone acquires a PhD, right? There's not a whole lot of emotional investment in that. And so, but the thing is, now the funny thing is, if they sort of saw where this goes, that if they saw that the deconstruction of the physical organization of the university, if they saw that actually
we're sorry, but your
leads to the deconstruction of the doctrine, they may have some resistance,
controlling
but they don't
brain
see that.
Size ratio. Can anything easily explain U.S. blacks, sub-Saharan Africans with high X, 130 plus?
Yeah, brain size isn't everything, right? This is brain size. First off, if you took blacks with high IQs, like 130 plus, you probably find that they have much larger brains, physically larger brains than most Africans, but they're like a 130 IQ black, odds are they're not going to have brains as big as 130 IQ whites. But yeah, there's just more to IQ than brain size. The relation between IQ and brain size is not one. Okay, it's people talk like, for example, you compare this to like animals, right? In terms of like, now comparing intelligence between species, that's obviously much more wishy-washy and subjective. I mean, first off, you're dealing with much larger differences in the thing in itself, but it's also more difficult to measure the thing in itself. For example, like what are generally considered by humans to be like the smartest animals? Well, dolphins are pretty smart. Elephants are pretty smart. Whales are pretty smart. Okay, all those animals have very large brains, right? What about, stupid animals like small rodents and things, and lizards? Well, they have small brains. So you see that kind of relation within animals, that bigger brained animals tend to be smarter, but it's not a one-to-one, especially with birds. Like birds have far greater cognitive abilities given their brain size. So birds have fantastically efficient and fantastically densely packed brains. So bird brains are actually like very efficient. But yeah, there's just more to IQ than brain size. Now the thing is, I'm not like a neurologist guy, so you'll probably, it's like what parts of the brain are the relative lobe sizes, for example, like different lobe sizes have different relations to IQ scores, and just other forms of efficiency. Like the thing is, you can give yourself a lot of supplements. Like if you take like a lot of like for example smokers or nicotine users, like that raises your IQ, right? So, but their brains aren't getting bigger when they use that substance. Okay, so that's like just a very kind of straightforward example of IQs being raised despite sort of the gross morphology of the brain not changing. So yeah, there's just more to it than brain size. Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, so okay, what do I have on screen? Oh, I have this thing still on screen. Oh, okay, let's do. So yeah, there's that. So that's the stack, right? Physical organization creates authorities, creates doctrine, and doctrine, i.e., the oppression arc that you have the most resistance to, and doctrine with the highest resistance to deconstruction. So, yeah. So, and the thing is, I think this pattern was sort of seen in the medieval church. Questioning the Bible was verboten, right? Because when you're questioning the Bible, you're questioning doctrine. Right, and that's where you get in the most trouble. That's where you get the most pushback. That's where you get like blasphemy and heresy, was when you're questioning. I forget the difference between blasphemy and heresy, but yeah. Oh, heresy is like trying to say. I think heresy is going against authorities. Heresy is saying this is like the authorities are wrong about doctrine. And blasphemy is like denial of doctrine. Like atheism would be denial of doctrine. Judaism would be denial of doctrine. Just as an aside, when people talk about Jews being oppressed in medieval Europe, like okay, what would happen to non-Jews if they denied the divinity of Jesus? Right? What would happen to non-Jews if they denied Jesus? Right? They'd be burned at the stake. Right, so Jews in medieval Europe, they found a way to be allowed to deny Jesus. So given their behavior, which was the denial of Jesus, Jews were treated way better than any non-Jew engaged in that similar behavior. Right, so that's the sort of perspective. Like non-Jews who deny Jesus, you're going to get burned at the stake. Right, Jews who deny Jesus, you get like prohibited from owning land or something. You get all sorts of like sanctions against you. So even then they were actually privileged when you take into consideration what they were doing. So this idea of Jews being oppressed in medieval Europe, it's like get out of here. Get out of here. You were not oppressed. You had a special carve out where you got to do something that no one else got to do. You got merely sanctioned for something that other people would be killed if they tried to do. So anyway, that's what else. What was I talking about? Yeah. So in fact, like the Protestant Reformation was first and foremost a destruction of the physical organization of the Catholic Church and the authorities. And heck, even like trad-caths, they have largely accepted the deconstruction of the physical organization of the Catholic Church. Well, maybe not the physical organization. They've accepted the deconstruction of authorities. Obviously, they still abide by like the physical organization of what the Catholic Church used to be. But is that the corruption in the authorities has led to the corruption in doctrine. Now, in my opinion, I believe that the physical organization of the university today is held in far less reverence than the physical organization of the medieval church was. I don't know that for sure, but there's sort of like an impression that I'm getting. But the thing is, nobody defends the universities in the way that the church defended its organization. They'll defend the idea sort of in the abstract of higher education at like a conceptual level. but they won't really go to bat for the real physical organization of the universities, right? And it is this organization that produces the authorities, which produces doctrine. And the production of authorities, of course, is a social process, i.e., to become a PhD, you must be accepted by other PhDs, right? And that process is dictated by the physical organization. So in my little course thing, what was I saying? I forgot what I was talking about. I lost track of my talk here. Well, whatever. So like, yeah. So that's another thing. Anyway, I'll just go on to my next note point here, which was switcheroos. Right. Okay. So as I'm outlining my course, I think that like switcheroos is something that is obviously very powerful, right? Now, I've used switcheroos piecemeal in like video presentations and stuff. For example, an experiment on police bias saying that cops are more trigger happy, both in likelihood to shoot at all and also the speed at which they will shoot black suspects, right? And so I'll show data showing cops are more trigger happy against black suspects, and I'll show that data in like a table on the screen. But then, oh, clumsy me, I switched the numbers up. Whoops, turns out they're more trigger happy against white suspects. Okay, that's an example of like a switcheroo. And obviously, like what's important is that during, like there's sort of a period in which I think, like when you're promoting the switcheroo, what's important is that you really ingrain the methodology, right? Talking about the logical process of argument, not the sociological process of belief formation. And so I'm thinking about like several switcheroos here. Let me go ahead and I made slides here, but I'm bad at OBS. Where is it? How do I edit the properties? Yeah. Let's do that. So yeah, so switcheroos, it's covered by the bar here, whatever. So switcheroos I'm looking at, one is anti-white hate. That would be like taking examples of anti-white hate and sort of turning it into like rephrasing it. Like one thing I did, for example, that was kind of a switcheroo on anti-white hate was an article written by Tim Wise, and I switcherooed that to be an article that Hitler was writing about Jews. And now, obviously, when doing this, you have to change some things, right? Like there's certain things that Tim Wise said that couldn't really be. So I had to like, some things just don't fit, don't make sense, right, for Hitler to say. But most of it did. Most of it you could just replace white with Jew, and that would trigger a lot of conditioning about what Hitler was doing to Jews, right? So that's kind of the switcher. So that's sort of what it would be like. And of course, at the end, once you do the reveal, once you do the prestige, that's when you kind of have to say, now we did change, names and dates and stuff, and you can go, and the reader, you can go back and forth and decide for yourself if we edited too much or if this actually works and makes sense, right? Obviously, race and IQ. This is hereditarianism in reverse. So that, and the way you do that is you assemble. And the thing is, I've done like most of what I need to do on race and IQ forward, right? The work would just be sort of writing it backward, right? And also editing a lot of tables, a lot of images to show, racial equality or a slight black advantage given like, certain conditions and stuff like that. So, so segregation, I've said, segregation has more limited opportunities for switcheroos. And the reason I think for this is because the argument for the oppressive nature of segregation is so weak, and segregation is actually a fairly small matter. Obviously, like the moral arguments can't really be switcherooed. So for segregation, for example, during the switcheroo section, I would do as many switcheroos as I can. And there are a few. For example, I can point to blacks being net wealth recipients of public funds in the Jim Crow South, like blacks taking more school funding than they paid in taxes. I can switcheroo that.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
I can point to black incarceration relative to whites being lower than, black incarceration relative to whites was lower during segregation than it is today. And I can switcheroo that to say, oh, blacks were incarcerated way more back then. And then later on do the reveal. Lynching is kind of a subset of segregation. Because in reality, lynch mobs, given the relative populations of blacks in the former Confederate states, they actually had less racial disparity in who they lynched than the current U.S. criminal justice system has in incarceration rate for violent crime by race. And lynchings were done almost exclusively for violent crime. Some were done for stealing cattle, right? Which, and you can have your opinions on whether hanging somebody is a justifiable response to stealing cattle. That's kind of a subjective sort of place and time sort of belief. But yes, switcheroo lynching. But a deconstruction of sort of anti-segregationist morality, sort of pointing out that no, honey, you're not actually against segregation in any consistent or principled way. You support Native American reservations. You support religiously exclusive zones for Muslims and Jews. You support most countries being allowed to support their own borders, right? I.e. states, the highest level of segregation, like between states. Support other forms of exclusive organizations that most people support that obviously cannot be switcherooed. And so that moral deconstruction will only exist in the forward version of this section. I don't think I can really switcheroo the moral argument for segregation. Anyways, that's chats, people chatting. What am I doing? Yuma, loving the commentary. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Yuma. Anonymous, have you ever done a video on the Spanish Inquisition? No. The closest thing I did is I think I said in one video that was in response to this guy called Punk Outlaw. This is ancient. I was arguing against Punk Outlaw, saying that the Spanish sort of forced conversion of the Amerindians was actually evidence that the Spanish, on the whole, legitimately cared about their eternal soul. So basically saying that the fact that, Spaniards would go into Mesoamerica and would torture people, and would torture the natives until they accepted Christ, was evidence, because what Punk Outlaw, this guy was saying is that, they didn't really see these brown people as humans. Which, the fact that they were going in there and torturing them to accept Christ so that their eternal soul could be saved, that's clear evidence that Spanish saw these people as humans. They very clearly saw them as humans, right? If they didn't see them as humans, if they saw them as animals, they're not trying to proselytize to pigs or cows or horses or whatever. No, they proselytized to humans, right? And the fact that they were proselytizing, even if it was incredibly brutal, some of the stuff that they were doing, probably overstated by propagandists at the time, whatever. But to some extent, there was some brutal, forced conversion methods. They did that because they cared about these people's eternal soul, and they thought they were doing the right thing to do that, right? So you can be against it because you don't believe in Christ or whatever. But the idea that I was arguing against his idea that Europeans didn't see brown people as humans, which the very fact that they were torturing them to try to get them to accept Christ was clearly evidence that they did see them as humans. As an aside, there was a funny theological debate because there were a lot of myths at the time about what existed in other parts of the world. And one thing that was commonly believed in Europe was that people who are otherwise humans but with heads of dogs, the dog heads, actually existed off in Asia, like in China, that there were groups of people with dog heads. Most Chinese didn't have dog heads, but there were pockets of dog-headed people in China. The Chinese thought the same thing about Europe, that there were dog heads in Europe, right? And I think this came about because rumors from traveling merchants spread the idea of dog heads, and so the settled people assumed, oh, there must be dog heads, but there's obviously no dog heads here. They must be on the other side of the world island. But there was a theological debate as to whether or not to proselytize to dog heads, and with the argument centering around, were dog heads human? And so they collected stories about these dog heads, and they found, well, these dog heads, they're raising animals. They're talking about dog heads with pig farms and cow farms. They grow crops. And so they ultimately decided, well, by all behavioral measures, these dog heads, they whether or not they're human, they didn't really settle on, but they did come to the conclusions that the dog heads had souls. So the dog heads have souls, and therefore they should be proselytized to. So once we come into contact with the dog heads, we'll know, we won't have this debate, we will know to proselytize to the dog heads when we come into contact with them. Okay, so the idea that like Europeans didn't see like Amerindians as humans, when in the abstract they recognize dog heads as humans, or at least having a soul. Like basically the question is about, do they have a soul, right? Dog heads. So if they think dog heads have souls, like obvious, like come on, they're obviously going to think Amerindians have souls. Like this is retarded, right? So that's what the anyway. I forget who that was even a comment to. Yeah, the Spanish Inquisition. But yeah, I didn't do a video particularly on the Spanish Inquisition, but that's sort of the closest I've ever looked into. Anyway, so what was that? What's on my OBS? Oh God, it's this thing. Sorry guys, I'm a bad streamer. Yeah. So I can't really deconstruct anti-segregationist morality. Just that can really only be done going forward, pointing out sort of the hypocrisy of being against segregation, quote unquote. That said, this is something that I guess I'll talk about here, pointing out hypocrisy. Pointing out hypocrisy works. There's so many people saying pointing out hypocrisy doesn't work. The thing is, it does work, but I guess what a lot of people, they're expecting like a magic bullet. They're expecting like, because like when people like, and again, like when you talk to like former liberals or whatever, am I at advantage or I'm still at disadvantage? Shoot. Okay. When you talk to former liberals and they talk about what caused them to change their way of thinking, they will cite hypocrisy. But the thing is, the way they tell their stories is that, they saw one hypocrisy and they went, oh, that's interesting. And so that belief was sort of there in the background, a belief in superposition. Right? But they don't change everything all at once just from like one hypocrisy. It takes time, and it takes you have to pound on multiple hypocrisies, right? And it works. This idea that it doesn't work, I think, comes from people who, they point out a hypocrisy and they expect like immediate position change at once. And if people were like logical computer robots, that would be true, but they're not, right? They're biased, and they hold beliefs in sets. So hypocrisy is not going to work, all at once. So anyway, so like the Holocaust, like I don't think the Holocaust can be switcherooed on that. But here's what I think can be done. There's a lot of evidence, and this is sort of like a switcheroo that I think you can do for the Holocaust. There's a lot of evidence that laymen think exists for the Holocaust, right? Like, for example, they imagine that there's a whole lot of real documentation. They imagine that there's a whole lot of real physical evidence, because they think like that's the kind of stuff that you should have to say that this thing is true, right? You should have direct physical evidence. You should have documentation. You should have all this stuff. And so they think it exists. So, so I think what the switcheroo for the Holocaust would be to present a whole lot of fake evidence and say Holocaust deniers are lying when they say that there's no documentation or physical gas chambers or whatever, along with that, and you say, and this is kind of sort of cementing the methodology, is you say that would be a damning critique. Let's be frank. That would be a damning critique if there was no physical evidence and there was no documentation. But it's not true. Because here's all the evidence, and then you present a whole bunch of fake evidence. And then once you finish up the switcheroos, because you can only do the switcheroos once. You can't do a switcheroo on one topic and then do it forward and then go to the next topic, switcheroo, and then go. You have to do all your switcheroos at once, right? Obviously. But then once you get to the Holocaust forward section, you go, just kidding. None of that evidence was real. Haha, right? You do the switcheroo there. And but the hope being that the person has already sort of internalized that, this is the kind of evidence that you need. And even if they recognize the trick, they can't get away from the fact that they, at that point, did believe that you need that evidence. Right, and then you say that evidence isn't real. So like the Holocaust switcheroo, like with segregation, is going to be inherently more limited, since in my estimation, the most powerful deconstructions of the Holocaust narrative, they all have to be made going forward. Like the opening thing that I think leads a lot of people to question it is the East-West shift. Why are all these things being done in the Soviet zone of occupation, in the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact? That's sort of that was the first crack for me, is the East-West split. And then learning about, the camps in the West used to be extermination centers, but then it was only the ones in the East. That was sort of like, those were the first two cracks that caused me to go, that's very peculiar. It's like these political lines on the map, post-war occupation zones, seem to determine where the genocides are today are said to have are retained, but yeah, part of that would be like the Russians in England. You have to dive deep into evidence for mass murders in the Western camps, because that's not part of the Orthodox narrative anymore. So it's a lot of legacy stuff. All the evidence of mass murders for the Western camps. You could point out to the people, the Nazis who were exterminated, who were executed for what they did at Dachau and Bergen-Belsen and stuff. So that's evidence that that was the belief, that there were mass gassings at Hartheim castles, at Mauthausen, for example. And there were people who were executed for carrying out those mass gassings at Hartheim Castle. But, now that that's not contended to have ever actually happened, it's like, well, yeah, so that's that sort of calls into question, okay, so what's different about these Eastern camps that we are to continue to believe them when we had the same kind of evidence for the West? That is, I think, the first thing. And the reason that's so good is because you're sort of bypassing convergence of evidence, because but instead of having to deconstruct all the convergence and all the testimonies and all the stuff, evidencing the genocides in the Eastern camps, right? You start off, all that existed for the Western camps. So now the debate becomes trying to directly argue against all that evidence to a comparison of evidence between the East and the West. What does the Eastern camps have that the Western camps don't, right? So, because we know the Western camps were a hoax. And the more powerful the evidence for the Western camps, the worse it is for the Eastern camps, right? The stronger the convergence for the Western camps, the worse it is for the Eastern camps, because the Eastern camps have to be doing something over and above what happened in the Western camps, which were known frauds. See, that's the basic, right? That's sort of the basic thing, right? That's the basic issue. The East-West split and the shift east. So, yeah. And also, apparently, At the first International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg, the Soviets presented around 100 pages of evidence showing that the Nazis killed Polish officers at Katyn, right? So that's another example of like big convergence, right? Big convergence of
We're
evidence.
sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
Oh, hello. Another super chat here. Where at? No stupid questions. This project idea sounds like the next really big thing. Hope it goes well. It may be. It is obviously depends a lot on people adopting it. It is in good hands. Well, hopefully. It's in autistic hands. It's in obsessive hands. Also, if you were forced at gunpoint by the government to direct and write a Family Guy episode, what would the premise be? What would the premise be? I mean, this is a setup to like a funny joke. Like this is like the opportunity for me to say something really funny. But I don't have that. I don't have a good Family Guy episode. I don't know, how much time do I have to think? Like, do I have like 5 seconds? In 5 seconds it'd be like, gosh, I'm drawing a blank. The problem is I'm sort of on my autistic track about talking about this big project thing while playing this game. That I don't really have. I can't really think about that. Episode. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't do that. No stupid questions. But anyway, so yeah, so early on, like in this project idea, the critiques against convergence would obviously be on safer things. We wouldn't be on the Western camps. Now talking about the Western camps is itself a critique against convergence, and is like really important because it's literally the Holocaust, right? It's literally like you're talking like, what is the closest analogy to the Holocaust in the Eastern camps? It's literally the Western camps. Like that is as close of an analogy as you can possibly get. But before getting into that, obviously you deal with safer things like Russians in England, Iraq WMDs. Now, Wikipedia has a big list of mass hysterias. The Wikipedia articles themselves do not suffice, but they link out to papers, and then once you link out to one paper that's cited on the Wikipedia article, that paper then links out to other papers, and so you're sort of off to the races, right? Wikipedia is a good place to get started, to get off to the races, to actually find like good stuff. Like for example, there's papers going and showing like lots of testimony, police investigations, and like claimed physical evidence. People going to the hospital for like the mad gasser of Mattoon. People going to the hospital reporting symptoms of like being gassed by the mad gasser of Mattoon in Mattoon, Illinois. This was in the U.S. in 1944. Or like the Halifax slasher. Although the Halifax slasher is less impressive. And there's also several cases where hundreds of people went to hospital for mysterious illnesses like laughing epidemics, convulsions, right, at schools, and people started going, "Oh, I'm getting a convulsion," right? So lots of which are kind of interesting, but they're less germane to like a big hoax. The pitting epidemic of Seattle, that's also a good one, where people go, "Oh, what's happening to my cars? My windows are getting pitted," and all that stuff, and it turns out they weren't being pitted any more than normally. People were just looking at it a lot more. So the Seattle pitting epidemic. I think this is kind of a little bit tasteless, I guess, or not something that a lot of people like to talk about, but it's pretty germane. Is the preschool molestation cases. So I think, and the McMartin preschool case in particular is a very valuable thing about convergent evidence to a false thing. And the reason it's good, and the reason why the McMartin one is better than, say, for example, the Kern County molestation cases, is that, for example, the Kern County dealt with child witnesses. And at the time, people believed, oh, child witnesses, they can't make stuff up, right? That's, of course, been refuted, and it's been recognized that there was no molestation at the Kern County preschool center, and that the children were being coached. And child witnesses are kind of now heavily guarded against nowadays. And that case had a lot to do with it. But the McMartin preschool case was more important because it had adult witnesses. Right, it was adults who were testifying, saying that they saw all these things, and they saw like satanic rituals. They knew of like a secret room in the daycare center where kids were taken down to do all these things. And police, of course, actually went to the daycare centers and were like tapping the walls, trying to find this secret room. Of course, they never found it because it didn't exist. But yeah, it's like. And that's, of course, a much smaller hysteria than the Holocaust. And, of course, there's also the old standbys, UFO abductions, convergent testimony on that. Maybe convergent evidence beyond testimony, like if there's like people can cite like physical evidence of a Holocaust abduction, Freudian slip there, a UFO abduction actually happening. Like they can say, look, this ground got singed or something, or look, this. They can point to physical things as evidence of the UFO abductions. That would be good, right? Because now you're starting to put in like physical evidence, and each one of them would be trash. But let's say you have like 100 of these things. Let's say you have 100 people, and they find like 100 little examples of something that could be construed as physical evidence of an alien abduction. That would be great. Okay. Another thing. $3, Brandon. The abuse allegations through facilitated communication is another demonstrative sort of hysteria event. Abuse allegations through facilitated communication. Yeah, facilitated communication like the prosecutorial interviews. And that is facilitated communication. There's this lady, funny example. There's this lady who did TED Talks, talking about the fallibility of eyewitnesses and the fallibility of memory. And what she looked at was like specific cases where like a woman says she was raped, and there's no reason to disbelieve that she was actually raped. But in terms of identifying the perpetrator, she at first was like very hesitant to identify a specific perpetrator because she didn't know who it actually was. But she would get coached. She was getting coached by the cops. And say, no, it's probably this person, because this person had like priors, and there were other things that pointed to this person being the rapist. Spoiler, that wasn't actually the guy. But what happened is that this lady who got raped ended up going from being like really hesitant, I don't know, to becoming like totally confident. And by all accounts, this was a genuine transformation. That this was not like, saying she was totally confident just for the trial, but like in private and personal correspondence where she would have no reason to, and like after the trial where she would have there'd be some reason, but not a major, not as much of a reason to present as being so confident. By all evidence, she was totally genuine in her increase in confidence that this guy was the actual rapist. And there's this lady who did TED Talks on the problem of eyewitnesses, which can be easily found with just a search of like the problem of eyewitnesses.
But your kind isn't allowed here.
So anyway, so the funny thing about her is she wrote like on her blog that that she was looking into the Holocaust and realized, oh wow, all of these problems that I study about on like criminal cases, they apply in spades to the Holocaust. But this lady who does this work, is Jewish, and she decided to just keep her mouth shut, basically. So that was a funny funny thing. Facilitated communication in this case is where the women thinking they were helping semi-vegetative children communicate. Oh, okay. By pointing at letters on some sheet. It was ridiculous as sometimes the children were almost Terry Schiavo level, couldn't even see. Yeah. That would be less germane, because remember, this is all about the oppression arc, right? So you don't want to get... So the thing is, when doing something like this, it's very easy to think, oh, the oppression arc, I really care about, like... Well, part of the oppression arc is the Holocaust. Okay, part of the Holocaust is convergence of evidence and testimony. Okay, part of testimony is facilitated communication to get bogus testimony, right? So you need to be careful, because it's very easy to go down to, you find yourself talking about something that has nothing to do with the oppression arc. And I think this is kind of an example of that with facilitated communication, where you're not actually, that's not actually germane to the Holocaust story, because that's not what the prosecutors were actually doing. Stuff that would be more germane to the Holocaust story would be, for example, forced confessions and confessions under duress. That would be more germane.
$3 cheers Rian. Everbeen sedit zetatio startiaim chimneys not attachetta buildings. Aviosente spinning squirrel.
The spinning squirrel. I don't know what the spinning squirrel is. Have you ever been so dizzy you started seeing chimneys not attached to buildings? I don't know about that. I don't know. The thing is, I don't like to go into like the physical nuts and bolts of the camps for two reasons. One, there's an increasing likelihood that I could say something incorrect when I begin to talk about the physical layout of the camps. So that's problem one. Problem two, when you get into the physical layout of the camps, that is the wheelhouse of institutional power from an argumentative standpoint. Because remember, orthodoxy has institutional power. Institutional power means you can put a lot more guys on a problem, which means they can minutiae grind forever. And when you get into something like the physical construction of a camp, where there's so many little things, like the pipe goes this way, the pipe goes that way, the pipe was created by this firm or that firm, right? You're fighting their fight, right? You're getting away from the big simples like the east-west shift, right? And what I preferred is just take candid statements from like the director of Yad Vashem, where he just says, there's no physical evidence of anything. So here. I try to stay away. And I don't know, I do not know what the Spinning Squirrel is. Spinning Squirrel is a documentary Ryan Dawson helped create showing how the OSS seemingly created the original rumors of poison gas things occurring in the camps. It's pretty compelling. The funny thing about that is there are actually BBC broadcasts to like Radio Free Europe or something, and there's also broadcasts from like Voice of America, and these were radio stations that were based obviously near the English Channel coast that had like super high powered radio, like what would today be illegal levels of radio projection, where they was just anti-Nazi propaganda. And a lot of the stuff that they said in those broadcasts were myths about the gas chambers. And specifically, they promoted, if you find yourself going into a shower room, be careful, because those gas could come out of those shower heads, right? Now, it's debatable whether those broadcasts were where that rumor originated. What I think is more likely is that rumor originated sort of as scuttlebutt within Nazi-occupied Europe, and then somehow it leaked out to Allied spies, or I should stop using that term, Allied, quote unquote. Like Nazi Germany had allies. They were allied with Italy, Hungary, and Romania, and someone. So that's an alliance. Like, why is that? Why are they the Axis and the Allies? and nominally Japan was an ally, but not really. but anyway, yeah. So anyway, spinning squirrel. That sounds like a very important thing, because I've been having trouble sort of assembling those things. I found some transcripts of BBC broadcasts, but yeah, spinning squirrel, Ryan Dawson. That looks very thing. Oh, damn it. BitChute says video blocked. This video under the following community guide: platform misuse. That's not good. Well, I'll be able to find it, but that's actually something that I'm actually been struggling to find information on. Is the Western broadcast of the poison gassings. And what I'm most particularly interested in is the BBC broadcasts and Voice of America broadcasts done in 1942 and 1943. That, like, before you start getting, like, before D-Day is what I'm most interested in.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
Here's a link to the spinning squirrel from Stress. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I will keep this here. In fact, I will put it in the chat here. Let's see. Well, actually, let me make sure it works and it's not a link to porn. Okay. So yeah. Well, yeah, that's something very. This looks like a very important oven magnet. This looks like a very important thing. There we go. So yeah. Now, when talking about it's not porn. When talking about the East-West split and talking to random shitlibs, and when I say the Western camps weren't real, one thing I've noticed, and this is like my Facebook experimentation. This is what I do, talking to like random shitlibs on Facebook. And this is something that people sort of say, like, Ryan, why are you talking to these like incorrigible shitlibs on like Facebook? And I used to do it on Twitter, but Twitter's kind of gone now. Maybe with Elon Musk, maybe it'll come back. We'll see. We'll see if he's able to change things. I'm not gonna believe anything until I start seeing changes in the TOS. But the thing is, these shitlibs, they immediately recognize the importance of the East-West split, right? They immediately try to argue against the Western camps being a hoax. Like, that is their first instinct to do that. And that's a very good sign, because it's a sign that they already realize just how devastating the East-West split thing would be to the whole narrative. They may not have as much skepticism of Soviet record keeping as, say, I do, and that they should have skepticism of, because there's a lot of evidence from like the 30s that the Soviets lied about population numbers and relative ethnicities. They lied about the number of Ukrainians that existed in particular. So, the Soviets were big record keeping liars. But anyway, but the thing is, they do see the huge problem of the Western Holocaust being fake, right? And they do see the problem of it all being maintained in the East. Like, even if you trust the Soviet Union, which even most shitlibs don't. Like, there's a few tankies who do, but most truly, in their heart of hearts, don't. That is, even if you trust them, there's still the problem, right? There's still the East-West split, that it's entirely dependent on one side telling the truth, which is entirely different from the other side, and this in this line where the Holocaust is true and where it was a hoax is a product of where armies ended up, right? It corresponds to where the U.S. and Soviet armies met up. Right, like Torgau is like an important point in determining where the Holocaust existed and where it didn't. So, and that should not be the case if this was like all just true. So, even shitlibs who think that the Red Scare was just a meme, they immediately recognize like what a catastrophe the Western camps are to the whole narrative. So that is a good sign, right? They are aware that it's not a good thing for that narrative. All right. Because they have an impression of just how much convergence there is for the Western camps. Obviously, they don't use the word convergence, but that's what they're thinking, right? They're thinking like all these piles of redundant evidences, testimony, court verdicts, physical evidence. They think, right, and so they're kind of aware in a vague sense. So the East-West split is critical. All right. B. Williams. That makes me wonder about the Soviets' narrative on the camps. This makes me wonder about the Soviets' narrative. Wonder? I mean, I don't wonder. It's a red hoax is what it is. It's a red hoax that in the West they had at the time in the West they had some due diligence, right? They had a British guy and a U.S. guy, and they had teams working on this. But they set up teams to go out and do a whole bunch of autopsies on a bunch of bodies. Because the thing is, even if all the bodies were burned, they did find a bunch of dead bodies in pits, right? So if the idea is that, most of them were burned, well, burning is one stage in the process. And when you capture a camp, you're going to have some dead bodies that are to be burned, right? And those can be autopsied, right? So the story is, okay, there are a bunch of dead bodies. They were to be burned. We took over the camps before they were burned. And then, so let's autopsy them. That's the story, right? The story is they're gassed and then burned. And so here we have a whole bunch of bodies, dead bodies in pits. Why are they in pits, not burned? Oh, because they weren't burned yet, right? We took over Dachau before they could be burned. Then they did the autopsies, all typhus. And the thing is, they didn't autopsy all the bodies they found because it would be something they'd have to autopsy like. I think the U.S. guy, they only autopsied like 796 bodies or something. Don't quote me on that. But because like the total number of bodies they found was in like all the camps was like in the Western camps was like 80,000 bodies. So they tested them, and all typhus, and the bodies they chose to be tested, it was actually a biased sample in favor of the Holocaust narrative because they specifically tested bodies that looked like they died from something suspicious, that looked suspicious. But it didn't. There were some that I'd have to look up the numbers. That there were a few, like I think there were less than 10 that were shown to have died from blunt force trauma. And blunt force trauma is like, well, who did that? Was it another camp? Was it a guard, or was it another camp inmate? Because you're packing Jews in with Russians in with Poles, and these groups don't necessarily like each other, and so you don't know even who did that. But the thing is, the Holocaust isn't a few guards killing some inmates with a bat, right? That's not the Holocaust. That's not like, if that's all it was, it would be like, okay, in the grand scheme of things, every death is a tragedy, blah blah blah, but basically this is not the Holocaust, right? Some guards getting pissed or getting drunk and beating some inmates is not the Holocaust. But yeah, now the thing is, I'll talk about this. I've gotten criticism.
We're sorry, but your
another
kind
chat.
isn't allowed
You yell
here.
at me.
Anonymous sent $5. Hey AltHype, so glad to hear from you again. You're such a great store of useful info for the right.
The right. I don't like those terms, left and right, but I think part of what I want to do is to make what is called the left to be seen not as like left, right, whatever, but as like the religion of the day, right? The hegemonic cult of the day, as opposed to left and right. But yeah, thanks for the comment and the $5. But so anyway, I've gotten criticism. Don't talk about the Holocaust, Ron. Don't talk about the Holocaust. And the thing is, I used to be one of those guys who said, don't talk about this. I used to be that guy. I used to be Optics Man, right? People who watch me for a while, they know I used to be that guy. So let me phrase it this way. When you attack the oppression arc in toto, like the whole thing. In fact, let me do a little visual. I'm bad at doing stuff. So in fact, I'll just do the whole thing. So yeah. So you see, I put a little broken clock there too. So, whatever. So this is it's covered by the donation bar. Can I move the donation bar? Right. So there's processes. So school sucks is kind of like the spanner. Authorities convergence. Blah 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 blah. But when you're attacking the whole thing, when you're attacking all of these things at once, as opposed to just talking about race and IQ, or just talking about white privilege, modern racism, you're making a different kind of argument. By being comprehensive, you're saying all of these things, they're one thing, right? It's one thing. They're chapters of one story, of a single narrative. They are not fundamentally distinct. And so what that does, like in the case of the Holocaust, in my opinion, that is a far easier thing to argue on purely evidentiary grounds than the race and IQ argument, because for the Holocaust, there is less room for maneuver than there is for something like race and IQ, because there are far fewer things that sort of a Holocaust conspiracist can invoke. Like for race and IQ, there are an infinity of potential environmental causes for disparity. There's no shortage of stupid studies and test revisions that can make racial gaps go away, right? Basically, you can play all manner of games until the end of time with race and IQ, so it's easier to keep that lie alive in sort of the argumentative space once you got somebody who's actually arguing and listening. For the Holocaust, the topic is more constrained. It's about mass killing. It's a specific thing. Did that happen? And so from an argumentative standpoint, I think it's much easier to persuade on the Holocaust than on race and IQ. And once you persuade on one thing, you've sort of cracked the oppression arc, like a psychological Rubicon has been passed, right? These things can be wrong, and given that, say, early in the course, stuff that I already said about, cults and broken clocks, you say that at the beginning, and people read that, and they okay, that's an interesting hypothesis. And what people do is they don't necessarily adopt a position once they hear it, but they store it, right? They store ideas, right? It's there. It's in superpositions. It's in the background. It's up in the cupboard. Right? It's in reserve. It's not on the stove, but it's in the cupboard. It's there to be pulled out at some other time, potentially pulled out, right? You're planting it in superposition. So even if they're not convinced of it, like in its first instance, it's there. It's seeded, right? But once you see that, and then you crack a specific topic, now it's like, oh. And then let's say they become convinced or become close to convinced on like the Holocaust, then it's like, oh, well, maybe this stuff that he's saying about, hegemonic cults and broken clocks, maybe that's true or true-ish, right? It starts to be pulled out from the cupboard. So, and the thing is, the argument against arguing the Holocaust is optics. And my thought about that is kind of like fighter aircraft in World War One. This is a weird analogy, but stay with me here. In World War One, the German aircraft, not World War Two, World War One, the German aircraft engines couldn't make as much horsepower as the Western Allied aircraft for their engines could. So the German aircraft, they were slower across the board. They had worse top speed. Yeah, they were just slower. So the German Air Force, they had a choice. They could either try to mitigate the disadvantage by beefing up their engine, right? They wouldn't be able to match Western aircraft, but they could narrow that gap a bit. They could do that. Or they could say, screw it, lean into their advantage. And their advantage that the German aircraft had was maneuverability. They were better turn fighters. Whereas the Allied aircraft, they were better, energy fighters, right? Gaining altitude, better at gaining altitude, better at diving, boom and zoom tactics sort of thing. The Germans realized we can't match them in that, but we can make better turn fighters. So instead of trying to mitigate our disadvantage of just having an inferior boom and zoom fighter, let's lean into our advantage, which is a turn fighter. And this also happened kind of in World War II with the Red Air Force. Early on, the Red Air Force, they had this thing called the I-16, which was, for the time, a turn fighter. It was not as fast as the 109, and not nearly as good as of an energy fighter as the 109. That's something that the 109 is a lot better than a lot of people might think from its paper stats, because the 109 was a very efficient energy gainer and energy spender, right? It was a very good at gaining altitude and diving, which you won't really get if you just look at its top speed on Wikipedia or something. But the Soviets had the same sort of problem, right? What we can try to do is try to create an inferior energy, like an inferior energy fighter, an inferior boom and zoom fighter to the 109, or we can lean into our advantage, which is maneuver, right? Using the I-16 and even some I-15, some biplane fighters, right? Just accept that we're slower, but we can turn better. Now, ultimately, the Soviets decided against that, and they started to build more quote-unquote modern aircraft, and they actually had worse KD ratios in the first stages of that shift away from the Polyparkov I-16 to the Lag-1 and the MiG-3. They actually started to do worse because they were shifting to a new kind of air combat and a new kind of air platform. But anyway, so what I'm saying, that's a long tangents, is that optics is mitigating a disadvantage, whereas going all in to make as strong of a pure argument as you can, that leans into your advantage. Going comprehensive is more powerful than attacking a specific topic, because the reality is, whenever you talk about race and IQ, you always end up arguing about segregation, slavery, maybe even some moral arguments regarding the Holocaust. It always ends up like this. Always. So I say, come prepared for that reality instead of trying to limit scope. Because believers in the hegemonic cult will always call in these other elements, right? They'll call in segregation. They'll call in lynching. They'll call in all of these things. They will not let you limit scope, right? So any critique about any element of the hegemonic cult ends up calling into question the entirety of the hegemonic cult. And frankly, I believe that even if your only goal is to convince someone about race and IQ, you're more likely to do that specific thing. You're more likely to do that specific thing by going comprehensive than by going piecemeal. So I have some images here. I made another slide here. See how prepared I am. This is super prepared. Yeah. So let's do this. Go. No, wrong thing. I want. No, this thing. No. This. Okay. So, yeah, so comprehensive over piecemeal. So I think you're more likely to convince of any one thing than arguing that thing individually. This is debatable, right? It's debatable. But the second point from going comprehensive over piecemeal is that you hit more topics, right? You have more chances to convince, right? So let's say there's only a 10% chance of convincing the reader of any single item: segregation, colonialism, race and IQ, slavery, Holocaust. Okay, well, if you cover more items, that's more chances. And this actually sort of 2 and 3 sort of go together, is that there's breakthrough potential. Because you hit more topics, there's a chance to convince on a single topic. But then the breakthrough potential, once you convince on a single topic, let's say you have a 10% chance to convince on any one topic, but you go over 5 topics, well, that's 5%, that's a 50% chance to get a breakthrough anywhere. And once you get a breakthrough anywhere, now you've crossed that psychological Rubicon, which makes it more likely that they will then be open to the idea of other things that they weren't initially convinced of were also false, right? So that's why it's good to hit more topics, because, different people have different pressure points. Different people get convinced by different things. And 4, it's a better failure state. You have a better failure state. Because now, like, let's say you fail entirely in your comprehensive presentation, but you still walk away. Your opposition, you still walk away with your opposition knowing that your whole opposition to the oppression arc, it's recognized as a logical thought process, right? Not necessarily some emotive hatred that just manifests repeatedly in motivated opposition to a series of individual particular pieces of the oppression arc, because you've packaged it. By turning the oppression arc into a single thing, which you do by making your opposition comprehensive, it now goes from, oh, he's just randomly flailing about any of these individual things. No, it's one thing. And you have a logical reason why you oppose the whole thing. So even if the person isn't convinced by you on any one thing, let's say you strike out on every topic you hit, right? They still see that there is an overarching logic, not just some pell-mell race-motivated collection of spasms, or at least they're more likely to see that. And of course, fail, when we say fail is a matter of degree, right? If you walk away recognizing some problems with the oppression arc, even if you're not ultimately convinced by the punchline, okay, that's some progress. And some people are more receptive to some arguments than others. And you'd be surprised. For example, I was arguing with a black guy, some random black guy, and he was insisting that blacks built America. And I pointed out to him that blacks were, like how many blacks there were in the United States at the time, that it wasn't enough, that it would be kind of absurd that 15% of the population were responsible for the other 85%, right? It's kind of ridiculous. And that fact greatly moderated his position. Now, he still thought blacks had more of their labor alienated, which then funded industrialization, which is false, right? Because we know there was more investment in the U.S. that went north to south than vice versa, right? Slavery in the South was a net investment sink. But this guy went from thinking that blacks built everything to thinking blacks disproportionately contributed. So, okay, is that a failure? It's not quite clear, right? Some progress was made. So even failure, you think, and the thing is, as you're hitting all these points, it's like, crack here, crack there, so just the advantage of being comprehensive is you're just hitting so many more things, and different people have different pressure points, and, you're going to get just something from that. Maybe that's like a 5th point that I didn't put on that list there. And another thing that's sort of an advantage is that when you're comprehensive, a comprehensive critique, it almost begs, or it inherently lends itself to bigger questions about authority and convergence of evidence, right? So by making a comprehensive case, you're doing not only by necessity, but it's almost like naturally appropriate to begin questioning the process of narrative formation itself, which is where you need to go and it makes it more, and that's something that's important in deconstructing it for people, right? And it sort of just naturally transitions into that. So which not only makes later critiques of narrative more effective, but it undermines the transmission of new cultic content for people who have heard the critique of the belief formation process, right? Which, as stated previously, people are more receptive to critiques of belief formation process and physical organizations, and even to authorities and convergence, than they are to direct attacks on the doctrine itself. How much time do we have? I've been playing very slowly because I've been talking all this stuff. So, as an aside, when going all over this stuff, I don't know, maybe this gives some idea as to why I think I'm good at video responses, but not with live debate. And it's something that...
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
That is referred to in like military circles as operational art. Hey, AltHype, glad to hear from you again. You're such a... Oh, wait, no. Let's refresh this. Extreme Gaming. According to that one chart, the average black is 200K net negative on the economy. If we just offered them all that much to fuck off to Liberia or something forever, what percentage do you think would actually take that deal? Niggas do love money. What percentage would take that deal? Maybe 10%. It wouldn't be that many. I just wouldn't be that many because it's effort to move, right? It's effort to pack up and move, and yeah, of course there'd be a campaign to say don't do that. Like Democrats in the U.S. would hate the idea, right? They would absolutely despise the idea because they're like, oh my God, our voters are all leaving. Our most reliable, anti-white, ASIC voters are all leaving. So there'd be a big propaganda campaign to tell blacks to not do that, and so it would not. It wouldn't be as effective as one might think. But yeah, so in military circles, there's something called operational art, and it's a sort of in between battle tactics and grand strategy, and that's what I think I'm sort of good at, is operational art, right? I think I'm decent at grand strategy. My grand strategy sort of being informed by the failure of the alt-right and why it failed. Which is that it had nothing to direct people towards. It is also, if I may be so blunt here, and people are saying things, they're saying in the comment that Nick Fuentes is a very petty person and he'll ban you for critiquing or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I haven't found that to be the case so far, and I'm certainly not going to censor myself. It doesn't seem to be that way. But if I may be so blunt, my critique of America First, which is a larger and much more successful movement than the alt-right, is a far superior on the organizational side of things, right? Night and day difference, superiority on the organizational side of things, with some doctrinal differences from Richard Spencer, but in the grand scheme of things, it's accurate enough to say it's a bigger and more successful alt-right. But it still has one similar problem, and that is a lack of something to direct people to. And I've talked about this before, is that the import of the core content to a movement, a Bible, a manifesto, a fountainhead. And so it's critical that those books, which again, this is tooting my own horn, those books were far lower quality than anything I'm writing. And that's not like a brag about me. It's sort of a condemnation of them. This is far worse than anything Sean Last writes or Emil Kierkegaard writes. Really, what is anything tagged dissident right has written, right? And the fact that they had such a touchstone of any type gave those movements far more staying power than if they didn't have a kind of central text. And I want to write the central text for this movement. And I'm not saying take over America First. America First is just sort of the organizational engine of it, right? I'm not trying to say I'm going to write the Bible for America First. Not at all, right? Because that's America First is just an organizational thing. What I'm referring to is writing the manifesto or Bible or whatever of the thing in itself, whatever it is you want to call it, the dissident right, whatever. And the point of that is not necessarily to know the most about any particular topic, right? Because, on any one thing, you're going to find guys who know more about me than slavery. They know more about me than the Holocaust. They know more about me than any of these things. But when dealing with a manifesto, you're not necessarily having to go into as much detail on any one particular point as is absolutely necessary, or as other people can and do when they focus specifically on that topic, because it's comprehensive, and you start getting and you're dealing with more comprehensive arguments against the oppression arc in toto, right? So that's sort of the thing. And as what I want to do is I want to name like the specific thing that I'm doing, they're lying about us, or TLAO. And I thought about this because I'm thinking about when something becomes successful, you're going to get smear jobs against you, right? I'm specifically thinking about, there's smear jobs in news articles and all that stuff, but more importantly, there's a Wikipedia article, right? And I want the very name of my movement to be a fuck you to anyone writing about it, because 90% of the people writing about it is going to be negative. So the short name, TLAO, they're lying about us. And I thought about having like a long name as well. The long name would be, they're lying about us, especially and in particular, this Wikipedia article. See our response to this hatchet job. And that's the long name. And you don't dick around with that by saying, okay, that's not really your name, that's a slogan. No, that's the name. That is the name of the organization. The name of the organization is They're Lying About Us. Now, the long name is literally They're Lying About Us, especially and in particular, this Wikipedia article, see our response to this hatchet job. That's the name, right? The name of the Nazi Party was the National Socialist German Workers' Party. The name of the Bolshevik Party was something else, and they had a longer version of that, right? But that's literally the name. That is as much the name as the Republican Party is the name of the Republican Party, okay? Right? And you have to sort of be assholes about that, right? And insist on that. That if you want to give the name, this is the name. The name is you're a fucking liar, right? So that's why I like that name. Because like with 100% accuracy that it's going to be just a lie storm. Any writing about it is just going to be a fucking lie storm, because we've seen it happen with the alt-right and with America First and like my person and stuff like that. Like this is what these people do, right? So and I think one thing, this is something I'm not doing now, but one thing that may be important is that as I get closer to the completion of this thing, that start keeping an eye on Wikipedia. Like this is just sort of what I'm thinking about, but part of the program would be to set up a Wikipedia squad, like get a bunch of people to make edits on non-controversial articles so they build up sort of their account credibility and account history. That way, when it's time, we can call our guys to create the Wikipedia article on TLAO, so that our guys are, at least at the beginning, in charge of the TLAO article. So prepare to try to do that, but also prepare for if we fail to control our own Wikipedia article. So that's like sort of grand strategy. And as I've said before in a previous stream, to create a movement, you have to create noise. There's some stuff about that and how to make noise. Because obviously the alt-right made a lot of noise, and so there are a lot of eyeballs and people interested in the alt-right, but then it's like, to what end? Right? To what end is the alt-right? So and that was the problem. So Richard Spencer was good at making noise, but the thing is there's nothing to, right? There's nothing to direct people to. How close are these guys to finishing up? Are these guys going to finish in time? 37. They are not going to finish in time. All right, let's go here. So we're at how many? 14 infantry. We may be able to, will we be able to span out? Okay, my production has not been very efficient here because I have a bunch of equipment and manpower here. But we'll try to spam out a few green divisions before the battle starts. Some organization here. We're at 0. Okay.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
Got a donation. Last stupid question of the night for $3 this time. If you had to play 16 hours, straight hours of mini golf with Vouch, Richard Spencer, or Kraut and T, who would you pick? Well, Richard Spencer would probably be the least offensive of the three. But if it's 16 hours straight, obviously I'm talking with another person. So probably Kraut. Because I think Kraut is somebody who I could actually convince of things. I know that sounds really weird given his behavior, but one thing that's not known is the personal conversations I had with Kraut and T before he began his videos debunking race and intelligence, quote unquote. That he was far more open before he kind of got, but before basically a bunch of experts got to him. He was actually sort of on the fence and going, that's interesting and stuff. He was actually kind of a person, believe it or not. He was actually kind of human. So Richard Spencer, it wouldn't be very productive because there's not a whole lot to talk about with Richard Spencer. Most of the stuff we agree with. He's kind of dug heels in terms of like strategy. So, and Vouch is just like, I don't know. Vouch is just an entity. Vouch is just like an animal. So who cares? So yeah, Vouch would be totally pointless. But yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, the T-Lao stuff. So, and also this is just me brainstorming here. So for like any like real life events, that activity would need to be anti-institutional, right? We couldn't be having like a protest against like teaching the Holocaust in schools or something. That would not be very smart to do. So like teachers and protests at news media locations and universities, making like talking about, for example, the abolition of high school or the abolition of the university as it is known. Obviously, those protests won't lead to any policy change, but the point is, that's not the point. The point is to make arguments in those directions to get people talking about it, and then they hear T-Lao. T-Lao, what's that? Oh, we have a course. Check it out. Some people take the course and all that stuff. And that's the sort of the point about the course, So for like any real life event, the topic shouldn't be the doctrine itself, because that's going to have enormous resistance, and that takes a lot of arguments, right? People need to be persuaded a lot before you can start deconstructing doctrine. That's what the course is for. And in real life, it's all about creating noise and buzz. There's no time in real life to do what you need to do to deconstruct doctrine. You're just going to piss people off, right? So inevitably, there will be people who read through the course and get to the doctrinal deconstruction, and this is where certification comes in, right? Here's what you say. If you want to argue doctrine, I will only argue with you in the capacity of a T-Lao representative if you're certified as knowledgeable. Right, and so from this we have like certification levels. You have certified knowledgeable, that is will be responded to by a T-Lao representative. Okay, what's a T-Lao representative? That's number 2. I have made a little image of this. I made another little slide here. Did I? No, I didn't. I did not. That was stupid. Okay, so you have certified knowledgeable, certified as representative. That is, you can speak on behalf of TLAO. Anyone who is not certified but is trying to defend TLAO, okay, that's just some rando, right? The third level will be a certified editor, as is someone who can edit the corpus itself, and they'll have different types of that. And since this is a big movement, obviously there are people who know more about any particular topic than I do, right? And so, like a lot of CODA people can, some CODA people, for example, would be given like editor status for Holocaust section. Someone like Sean Last would be given like broader authority for editing and stuff like that. Now this does several things, right? Let's say you have a journo, and a journo is writing about TLAO, and he's writing about TLAO, and he's doing just the lie storm. He's just shit out the mouth lying, but he's doing it without being certified as knowledgeable, right? And he lies, not disagrees or argues, but straight up lies. We can point out that the journo is lying, right? If they're not certified, we can say that they're just speaking out their ass, right? They haven't done sort of the basic thing that is needed to have certification, which demonstrates some basic knowledge of TLAO, right? If the journo is certified and the journo shits out the mouth lying despite going through the course and taking a test and showing that they're certified, we reserve the right. We need to reserve the right to make their answers public, right, as evidence that they are knowingly lying, right? They wrote that here, but then on your test, you actually wrote something different, right? So you know that you're lying in this article, because when you're taking the test, you wrote our correct position on this thing, and then you're just shit out the mouth lying here, okay? So, and also like a journo in the process of getting certified might be convinced of a few things. Maybe not entirely. There are degrees of persuasion, like a seed, big if true or whatever. And the thing is, like, you can say, oh, but there will be media outlets, they won't be certified, they'll just lie about you and ignore your course and all that stuff. Yes, obviously that's going to happen, right? But if you have that, you can say post on like Twitter, for example, hey, they're lying about our corpus. They're lying about what we're saying. And some people will hear that, in the comments section, it'll get, people will repeat that, even like, morally conscious kind of true believer shitlibs will go, hey, that's not right, because they believe the thing is true. They're not just sociopathic liars. They believe the thing is true. That'll be concerning for those types of people. So there's a whole bunch of people who this will actually appeal to, and and it builds over time. You say, hey, there's a corpus, these people aren't certified and knowledgeable about the thing, so, and all that. So yeah. Now, in terms of like what I was talking about, like beliefs in superposition, like this is kind of apparent. This is kind of most obvious on like the interpersonal level, where you have the opinion of another person just immediately blows up, like a switch is flipped, and all of a sudden all these past incidents come flooding forward. Like there's an operational belief that somebody has about another person, that the other person is a mostly good guy with some bad traits or whatever. But in the background, they're storing this collection of bad things that they've ever done. And so there's basically this belief in superposition that this person is really bad, is really a bad guy. It's not operational. You don't really believe it yet, but it's there ready to be burst forward, right? And then there's some sort of trigger. Something happens. And then bam, all of these beliefs that were in superposition, they go from being in storage to being the operational beliefs. They get taken out of the cupboard and put onto the stove, right? And that's why it's like a flip a switch, and it's almost like it's fully formed, right? It's like suddenly they have an entire, comprehensive narrative about how Bill is a bad guy, despite a few seconds ago thinking he's an okay guy, right? Because they just swapped, right? Because that belief, that set of beliefs that Bill is a bad guy, that was already being formed in the background, even though it wasn't operational, right? So you had the operational beliefs and the beliefs in storage. Superposition being like a fancy way to say that. So even if you're not changing someone's operational belief, you're likely stuffing a lot of beliefs into their storage, which not only moderate operational beliefs, but have the potential, in certain circumstances, to burst forward as the new operational belief matrix at a later date. Now, on a political level, I think this happened with my dad. And Barack Obama was the trigger. My dad had been a lifelong Democrat, big like labor union guy. But he was also in the military, right? So to use like our terms, it would be like patriotic labor socialist. And that's, of course, obviously a very rare breed nowadays, right? That's a very small group nowadays. Rather fewer of those types still around, right? And then Obama became president, and it was like flipping a switch. Suddenly he became like a full-on Breitbart, like conservative, and these beliefs that came in, and they were weirdly like fully formed, is the thing. And I think it's because he had been hearing like conservative things his whole life for a while. And while they weren't changing his operational beliefs, they were being stuffed into superposition, right? And Obama was the trigger, and that was it. And then he just swapped. He didn't have to learn conservative talking points. He already knew what those all were. He'd been hearing them for years, and then bam, right? The stuff that was on the stove got put into storage. The stuff that was in the storage got put on the stove, right? But anyway, yeah, basically lots of advantage of a course and certification. And the thing is, the point of a corpus, most communists didn't read the Communist Manifesto. Most Christians have never read the Bible, right? That's not the point. The point is not to get everyone to read the thing, right? The point is to get enough people to read that thing that it sort of the beliefs get, how do I put this? Enough people read the Bible to where there's sort of like a sort of within the general population, distributed among a lot of people, knowledge of what's in the Bible and what is true and not in the Bible, right? Same thing with like Marxist writings. Most communists never read Capital, but different pieces of it, people have knowledge of different pieces of it, and sort of, yeah, that you know how it sort of works. Now, incidentally, what I was talking about, like with the switcheroo thing, that may be a strategy to like get back on YouTube in a significant way, is just make all of your arguments in reverse. We'll see what Elon does with Twitter, though. I'm not going to get excited until I see real changes in the TOS. And people start getting back on, right? I'm not concerned. I think it would be a bridge too far for Twitter to start unbanning accounts, except for maybe Trump's account, because that would be too much work sifting through accounts and reasons for banning. But just like changing the TOS going forward, right? That would be an enormous win to get back Twitter. And like Andrew Torba, love you. You're doing God's work literally and figuratively. But if Twitter reopens, that may be bad news for Gab. I don't know if Torba would be happy or sad at the news, but for Gab in particular, it would be not good for them. And if Twitter starts doing streaming, like if Twitter expands into like video and streaming, then cozy, All right, so the war started here. And that's good timing, because I'm actually done with my notes, and now I can actually go to look at chat now and start doing that. So yeah, so here I am. I literally got banned for being in one of Nick's Twitter spaces. Yeah, we'll see if that changes. I guarantee you will need a Tilao Pope or CEO or Hitler. Yep. Maybe. No porn on Gab. Oh, is that your problem with Gab? No porn? Porn's allowed on Twitter. Oh boy. Which it was like totally pointless. It's like, I can't find porn. I need Twitter for porn.
What can I do for you?
Like, imagine needing Twitter for porn. Alright. How are our units here?
What can I do for you?
Yeah, in my test playthroughs, like the Mojave territories, they have choices in what focuses they go down. And this one, it looks like they went down a particularly aggressive focus tree. So this fight is going to be a little harder than it is on average. So, but whatever. I'm glad Gab has no porn. Yeah, that may still be a selling point, is the no porn. Unfortunately, as sad as this is, I think having porn is more of a selling point than not having porn. I think that's the sad reality. Yeah, I should have had these divisions available at war start, but I was mismanaging my production, so we're starting a little softer. But we have a little bit of a prep advantage, so it's cool. What is the most effective insult against our enemies? I don't know. It depends on the enemy. Like, I think the most effective insult against like a real, like a red type would be like ultra capitalist. I found that like actually pisses them off, whereas calling them like anti-white or whatever, they just dismiss that as like pablum. But calling them like ultra capitalist and like corporate cocksuckers is, I think, actually triggers them a little bit. That is, it's more difficult for them to dismiss that as pablum. I mean, they try to, but it's more, it sticks better. Don't they embrace it? No, they don't. They don't. No, they don't embrace being a corporate cocksucker at all. Let's see if we can get some green up here. Oh, we get green up there too. That's good. Here we go. All right. Keep on pushing on. So yeah, I know that the NCR doesn't have military access to. Oh, is New Vegas? Oh, wait a minute. These are both New Vegas. Wait, who's New Vegas? Oh, this is New Vegas. Okay, never mind. I thought New Vegas was being crunked in a civil war with the Kings. The Kings, man. So yes, we're putting that up. But yeah, once we push these guys, I think they have military access into New Vegas, but I don't think that. But New Vegas, they can't get back to the NCR, so they're basically trapped. Yeah, I think they're going to be. They get trapped up in there. So all we have to do is push them into New Vegas, which they have military access into, but they can't attack from there, and they can't get back to the NCR to try to loop around and come back. So these units are basically wiped once we go there. Come on, give me my power armor bros.
Can't stand up to this, can you?
Finish that up. We're doing our logistics. Ooh, yeah, we're taking a lot of casualties here, so we need more rifles.
What's going on?
And got it. Got it.
What's going on?
Okay, so this fight's basically over here. This fight's basically done. Yeah. Pocketed here. You know, basically operational loss up here. And that was it. Yeah, usually I have a little bit more of an advantage going into this than I have in this. All right, so they're actually a little bit.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
Let's see. No stupid questions. Wait, no. Thoughts on Uncle Ted? God. Uncle Ted. You're going to be disappointed when you ask about specific things like that, because I don't know specific things. Like, I don't watch. Okay, so these focuses, I have to be at war with the Mojave chapter before I can complete any of these. But I think the war is going to be over. Can't stand up to this, can you? Yeah. Brotherhood of Steel. I think we're gonna win the war before we can complete one of those focuses. So let's just store some PP. I'm gonna have to tech rush something because there's nothing. Because Navy I don't care about. Air Force. I can start doing. Wait, is this ahead of time? No, it's not. I can start doing some Air Force stuff. They will eventually want one. Right now, I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to win. Because once I win the war, I want to immediately start going down this. Because this is important to deal with Kaiser. But yeah, so I think I'll just store some PP. That's the safer thing to do. We'll be safe. Turns out I don't really need to. Turns out I don't really need these divisions. So, all right, let's pump up.
What's going on?
Let's pin those guys and then do a little. You like a fist like that. Alrighty.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
Johnny sent $10. I rewatched What the British Did to India last night and found the appeal against the injustice of the cry rape/seek revenge cycle very powerful, especially now that we've seen a few instances of revenge not lead to real improvements.
Oh yeah, it never leads to real improvements, right? Because if you think like, oh, I'm losing all my money because there's this guy who's stealing money from my bank account, right? That only works if a guy is actually stealing money from your bank account. So yeah, so this is actually, in my opinion, canon, right? Instead of the BOS getting crunked and having to hide back to Hidden Valley, they actually win. And there's no Mojave territories. It's all just they got out. They got away. Damn it. All right, you just occupy this. You occupy that. Push to the Mojave. How's our logistics? It is terrible. We have terrible supply. Oh, we can make more stuff. Excellent. All right. Oh, I need to be looking at chat here. So yeah, this is the part of the stream where it's basically over. I'm basically done with my rant, and I'm just goofing around playing a game. Why were the European colonies in Africa all basically money sinks? I don't know. Why is Detroit a money sink? Like they weren't, there's a lot of natural resources, but it's not, you need to have something. These Cottonwood Cove guys are a little tougher than I thought they would be. I don't think they're cut off from supply. Canon Alchemist season covers the whole Mojave than the NCR. I don't know. Which do we prefer? Do we prefer the BOS? Now, in this game, the BOS is a much more interesting faction to play, just because it's like you start off so small and you know sort of. It's like, let's look at the size. So this bucket here. Not even all that we have, but this little bucket here is where we start, and we end up taking on this and this. Now, the power disparity is not quite as big as it looks like on the map, but it's still. You know, it's still kind of cool, cool thing, and I think it's the most interesting faction to play through. See, I wish you were down here, then I could just crunk you. But I think we'll pin you here. Go here. Go here. And we might be able to trap him. We'll see. We might. What can we do? No, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Yes, I want that. Because I need army XP. And this mod doesn't give you the proper like army XP guys. You only get that one guy. Let's see. Get him.
Hey there.
Right, they're losing their red, so we can go ahead and just
After this, I have some weapons to repair.
pop that off.
Hey there.
Let's move you down. You can just stay, but this war's almost over. Wow, these guys are really holding out. These guys are holding out. AltHype, dude, being in charge of black people is not the same as throwing money away. It kind of is. Like, look, I mean, you could say that they could be more like mercenary, that would be more like the Chinese. But the thing is, like, Europeans, when they were going into Africa, part of the selling point was like Christianizing them, civilizing the savages, sort of thing. Which worked in the Americas because you're dealing with Amerindians, right? And that could be like an economical thing to do, but it wasn't economical for black Africans. So. And of course, the Chinese, when they're going into Africa, they're not doing any of that shit. They're just, getting the resources. And this is something funny to hear, like all these Africans saying, when the Europeans were here, they built schools and hospitals, and the Chinese aren't doing any of that. It's like, wow.
What's going on?
Just like, well, you got sold a bill of goods that white man was the bad man, and
Hey there.
Yeah, the mod is called Old World Blues. Yeah, Weebnat knows what all these things are. And Weebnat knows all the correct strategies and can say when I'm doing something wrong. Which I'll tell you, it's difficult, at least for me. Sure, we'll have a non-aggression pact. You're not long for this world. No supply. But I should still be able to just finish this off. Finish him off. Finish him off.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, it's over. It's ogre. All ogre. Did you hear that the human genome has been fully sequenced? Thoughts? I don't know what that means. Like, I know with the first genome sequencing, it was basically like that sequencing was just here's the code, and it's like finding like code for like a program and just displaying the code. It's like copying the code into a notepad file And it's kind of like, okay, cool, you got the code. What does it do? Who knows? Now, so what? I guess so. What, I don't know what the difference is, but to what they're doing now, is it like they're finding that they figured out what everything does? I'm not sure what it actually is. Let's not push this too far. What is this? Oh, oh, that's interesting. The Divide gets all this. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because the NCR is going to just take all this or whatever. Actually, so, okay, so they're no longer exiled, but I don't. Is there anything I can do with this? I think the Divide, they're holding a little bit. They're holding a little bit. I don't want to like straight up ally with them and go to war with the NCR at this point. I'm not strong enough at this point. But I don't know. Southern plantation owners turned a profit. They kind of had a civilizing mission. Yes, but that was a much more controlled thing. Like those were like plantations were like mini societies where they had sort of direct control of everything. So that was more like that's different from trying to like run an entire country of free people, right? Let me put it this way: blacks on the slave plantations were profitable. Blacks as free citizens, as wage laborers, were not profitable. Okay, and what Europeans were doing when trying to control Africa is that they were trying to control these Africans as free labor, which was not profitable. So free labor was not profitable in the United States for blacks. It was not profitable for blacks in Africa. Slave labor was profitable in the United States. So I think that's... So there's no inconsistency there. Hoop my pants. Cool beans. All right. Don't know how far I want to go. This is an interesting mod, but I actually got banned from the Old World Blues Reddit for saying something about like, and I said something pretty tame. I was role playing as a Brotherhood of Steel guys, and I made a post that at the end of it I said, remember, fellow paladins, or whatever, like, you know, Caesar's Legion is a disease of the skin. The NCR is a disease of the heart. Right, which is actually what Chiang Kai-shek said. He said the Japanese are a disease of the skin, the communists are a disease of the heart. So Chiang Kai-shek, even during like the peak of the Japanese invasion of China, he seemed to be very well aware that the communists were the ultimately bigger threat. That the Japanese, for as much territory as they occupied, they could never truly like conquer China in the way that Mao could. And Chiang Kai-shek was very aware of that.
Isn't allowed here.
Rainy sent $5. Come on, Ryan. Fallout 1 and 2 are great. Fight me.
Fallout 1 and 2 are great. Fight me. What the? I played Fallout 2. I got through like the Temple of Ants, and I was like, okay, this is stupid. Maybe it gets better. And then I got to like the village, and I found myself having.
Isn't allowed here.
Bible Goy sent $5. You AltHype playing Hoi 4? Based. What is your favorite faction in Old World Blues, and who would you side with if you were in that universe?
Well, okay, so let me finish talking to Ariani. Fallout 2, like after the Temple of Ants or whatever. So I got through the Temple of Ants, then I got out of the Temple of Ants, and then I was in like the garden, and there was like some guy saying, "Hey, I need some help with my garden." And so I went to the garden. There was this plant, and there was a turn-based battle with like this piranha, like this Mario piranha plant thing. And I was like, no, that's enough. I'm done with this. This is stupid. This is gay. And people go and people say, "Oh, you didn't give it a chance. You didn't give it enough chance. Oh, you need to play the like." And I never really liked adventure games because a lot of adventure games, it's not like you're not actually solving puzzles, right? You're trying to figure out what the dev solution is. You're trying to divine what the dev solution is to the problem. You're not actually solving it. Okay, so Bible Goy, what is your favorite faction in Old World Blues? How would you side with it if you were in that universe? Favorite faction, like Caesar's Legion, in terms of like internal stability and like peace, like is probably the most. Caesar's Legion is probably, if you're a guy, and if you're a woman, like, I mean, I don't think women in Caesar's Legion are depressed. Because like women only get depressed about having less rights if they're like told that they're like supposed to have rights and stuff. I know that's like, oh, that's incredibly sexist, but I think it's true. I don't think like because I've seen this happen to girls who are like who especially back in like the church camp or whatever, church stuff, when at first they're like, they don't get mad about guys like taking charge of everything, but then like you see it happen, like they spent some time in high school and it's clear that they got their heads filled with stuff. And then they start to get really mad when guys try to lead like church group stuff and they try to take charge and stuff. So I don't think women, if they're born into the Caesar's Legion, I don't think women actually like are depressed or mad about it. So like the idea that, oh, women are terribly oppressed in the Caesar's Legion, that's a lot of modern values being projected into the Fallout universe, which is going to have much more, which is going to have values and attitudes that are much similar to the past, right? It's like the Fallout world is going to be like it's basically a nuclear blast to the past. It's what it is, because all the structures that's necessary to maintain a lot of like the quote unquote liberal ideas that exist today literally got blown to smithereens. So. Right, and that's kind of modeled somewhat by the devs, but I think that the one problem, this is something I dislike about the Fallout universe, is the devs, they're constantly trying to like paint a narrative of like, and it's weird because they talk about like the mistakes of the old world. It's like, oh, the mistakes of the old world. Okay, so let's talk about the actual, like what differs, the old world from, the old world referring to like the America in the 1960s, which is what the Fallout world is sort of based on, but they were sort of like a technological freeze that, in some areas they continue to advance, but in computers they didn't advance and stuff. But anyway, but like the mistakes of the old world is okay. Well, look at like what is essential about the old world. It's democracy. It's racial integration. It's going along. Yeah, it's those things. It's shit liberty, right? Like that's what differentiates the old world from basically the entirety of human history before that. So you say mistakes of the old world. Well, the mistakes of the old world are going to be those. It's not going to be, the values that people had in medieval Europe. Like that's not what led to the bombs. But yeah, so in terms of like the faction that I would want to live, but the problem with Caesar's Legion is that apparently, and this is like lore, this is narrative, is that like it's held together by a cult of personality. Caesar, would it continue to exist when Caesar dies? I don't know. That's basically my big concern about Caesar's Legion. Is that if Caesar dies, then it all falls apart and becomes anarchic and chaotic and violent. But if this empire can hold, and if it can be, if the successor can hold it, then Caesar's Legion, because that's going to be ultimately the most prosperous, ultimately the most stable, and ultimately the most free. Like you'll have the most, in a way, it would be the most democratic, because Caesar's Legion is kind of like is kind of modeled off of a horde government, and horde governments tended to be very decentralized and live and let live. That basically, as long as you paid your taxes to the Horde and the Horde gave military protection, right? It's almost like a minarchist state, right? So it's almost like the libertarian idea that the state just does defense. In fact, more than that, because law is more localized. So Caesar's Legion would be the best if it could sort out the succession problem. In terms of, but if the succession problem for the Caesar's Legion couldn't work, I would go with like the Brotherhood factions generally. Did they already get conquered? No, they're still pushing here. So there's a Brotherhood faction over here. If we can find it. Are they gone? Are they not? Oh, here it is, Maxon chapter. And then there's the Western Brotherhood. And then there's another one on the map some here. I don't know. But yeah, but the Great Purveyor, and it's funny because like in like New Vegas, they talk about like, on the one hand, they say that like the NCR is like supposed to be like the good guys or the closest thing to a good guy. But then when you actually like go off the story, the NCR is like creating all sorts of chaos. And they say, oh, the Legion, they're terrible because they like impress people into military service. Oh God, the Legion has conscripts. Oh no. But then like what is the NCR doing? They're conscripting people into service, right? So it's like it's the same thing. It's just given like different names, and right, it's like Scientology versus the universities. You know, they're doing the same thing, right? They just do it with like football player gear and like Roman LARPing or whatever, and these guys do it with like LARPing as if they're like America or democratic or something, right? They're both LARPers. They're both have like a fictive overlay of what they're doing, you know. It's just that the Caesar's Legion is more internally libertarian than the NCR, which is like, you know, democracy, kind of like if properly enacted, democracy is just a la carte communism. It's like Group A voting themselves the resources of Group B. In practice, it's like, you know, bribed politicians and voters vote for politicians that represent them, and then the representatives just represent whoever, you know, is paying them. And that's actually like literally true. That's not just, you know, anti-democratic talking points. That's actually like shown to be true that like, and I did a video on this called They Don't Care About You, where the best predictor of changes in public opinion is like what the rich people think. And like the middle class and lower, what they want to happen is actually has a negative causal effect of policy implemented, right? So in fact, if like 60% of rich people want something and 60% of poor people want something, that is actually less likely to get passed than if 60% of rich people want something and only 10% of poor people want something. And that sounds amazing. That sounds crazy. That sounds like something that you wouldn't believe, but like, that's what the numbers say, you know. So, and there's no reason to think that some, you know, LARPing democracy movement would solve that problem. You know, some post-apocalyptic democracy LARPers would solve that problem. Yeah. And so also like the assumption that like democracy is a good government or democracy is representative, that's something that's not going to be immediately obvious to people who have not actually lived under democracy, right? That's something that's going to be like, oh, these sound like a lot of promises. Let's see what it's actually like. And, you know, and they may get fooled a little bit because if they go into the NCR territories or whatever, these areas are going to be wealthier than these areas. Just by dint of geography, just by dint of having a coastline, just by dint of having some of the most productive farmland in the world in the San Joaquin Valley, you know, just by dint of geography, this area is going to be more prosperous than this area, right? So people may be fooled by that and may go, oh, this must be a result of the system. They must have a better system because they're wealthier, right? So, And that's sort of like, and that kind of cargo cult of democracy was sort of put on full display by the country of Liberia, where they have a constitution that's basically modeled off the U.S. Constitution. And look, you can be a little dumbass and go, oh, but it's different here or there. They have a little, point to like differences and try to say that those little differences are super important or whatever. But they're not. It's basically the same constitution, and it doesn't have the same effect because Liberia is worse in terms of mainly in terms of its human capital. So it's not the system; it's the people. And the same kind of cargo cult, I think, existed with Christianity. When Europe was there was a period when Europe was obviously more Christian than it is today, but also when Europe was beginning to pull away from the rest of the world in terms of industrialization and standard of living and technology. And the cargo cult for that at the time wasn't democracy, it was Christianity. It's like, oh, we are so advanced and we are so blessed because we are blessed. We are blessed by God because we have the true religion. Our wealth, our prosperity is evidence of our religion being true, right? And to be good people, we should spread our religion to the rest of the world, and they will become as wealthy as us, right? We will spread Christianity to Africa, and today Africa is like overwhelmingly Christian. I think it's more Christian than Europe today. And that'll make them wealthy, right? So you may, in this hypothetical world, you may have like the NCR con people into thinking their system is good just because they're wealthy by dint of their geography. One thing I haven't talked about, like in the Fallout universe, is that there's a great deal of racial similarity in behavior. Like the blacks in Fallout world don't behave different from the whites. Now, what's weird about that is because I think that's actually accurate, but obviously not for the reason that the devs and the lore keepers think. I think that's accurate because the post-nuclear world, and then of course the FEV. Because the thing is, if you just have nukes, the world's going to rebuild in time. So in order to keep the apocalypse going as sort of like a story thing, they have the FEV virus that creates all these horrible entities that make it hard to develop civilization. So the FEV is actually critical to keep the apocalypse going, right? The bombs destroy like everything at first, and it doesn't rebuild because of the FEV. But the reason I think that you would have like a great deal of racial similarity in how people behave in the Fallout universe is because you're having a genetic bottleneck, right? And so the blacks, and it's going to be a huge selective pressure for the kinds of people that can survive in that world. And so it's going to select for preppers. And that's one thing that I think they sort of get right. Again, not for the reasons they think. The devs are obviously thinking from an environmental standpoint, these kinds of world conditions lend themselves to prepper-like behavior, but it's also going to select for people who are genetically predisposed to prepper-like behavior, to being very sort of closed off, hoarding, very, very like spending a lot of time planning to get basic resources, planning for defense, to have redundant resources in case the water here doesn't work, or is there other source of water? All those, like the way preppers think about things, right? And so people who are genetically predisposed to think that way are going to do better in basically the Fallout apocalypse. And so it's going to select for those kinds of people regardless of what race they are. And so as a result, racial differences are going to go away simply because it's going to select for those kinds of people. And so, and so the blacks, and so the behavioral differences between blacks and whites are going to just get blasted away by the nukes and by the zombies, the FEV zombies. So anyway, that's a spurgy rant about Fallout World. Only the white blacks will survive. Well, not only the blacks who act like, rural prepper type people will survive, right? That's who's gonna survive. Most whites won't survive because most whites aren't that way. The whites who survive are the whites who are like ornery, I keep using that word prepper. Yeah, like prepper-like people. So is New Vegas
We're sorry,
the world
but
the
your
same?
kind isn't allowed here.
So is New Vegas world the same economy of Africa today? No. No, I think it would be. What do you mean New Vegas? Do you mean like New Vegas makes its in the lore? It makes its money off of tourism and like it's a trading hub because it's like a well protected area. Mr. House did a good job of protecting it, so it's a great way to make exchanges because there's a lot of security. And whenever you make an exchange without an overarching legal system, you know, you can get ripped off, and you have to find ways to make sure you're not getting ripped off. And that's the value of New Vegas is trade. There's also the casinos where people waste their money gambling, but it's mainly done through trade and people paying taxes for a trading zone. And so merchants come from all over the place because New Vegas is a place that they can safely trade, knowing that they're not going to be like ambushed by it's the same. Like basically the kind of problems that the drug trade has are the problems that the whole world has, right? So that's what you have. That's the value of New Vegas. And is that like Africa? No, not at all. So, well, no, New Vegas famously, Mr. House was able to prevent large portions of New Vegas from being nuked. Like the New Vegas core was basically saved from being nuked. A lot of the outer areas were not spared from the nukes, but like downtown, the strip was saved from being nukes, and that's why New Vegas is so powerful. And he was able to continue that, he was able to maintain that. So yeah. Africa is free side. I don't think there's any place in Fallout World that is like Africa, because Fallout World wouldn't allow for like Black Africans, for people of that behavioral predisposition to continue to exist, right? Hispanics would largely survive without too terrible genetic modifications. I don't think the Fallout world would select that heavily for IQ. At least not until later on, because a lot of the decisions you have to make aren't necessarily high IQ decisions; they're time preference decisions. And I know that IQ correlates with time preference, but it's not a one-to-one correlation. So Hispanics, their IQs will go up, but more importantly, their time preferences will become basically identical to that of whites. Like basically everyone's time preferences are going to be about the same between all the races. And to the extent time preference is a result of G, which is what IQ is trying to measure, the differences in G will also narrow a bit, but they won't completely narrow because time preference is somewhat independent from G, right? And it's really time preference that's being selected for, because the kinds of decisions you have to make as a prepper, they're not complicated high IQ decisions. They just require you to think ahead and plan ahead. And that's what you're selecting for, not G in and of itself. Now, G is always a good thing to have. It'll always be selected for a little bit, but primarily it's going to be time preference that's going to be selected for. So, preppers, basically. Like people who are paranoid and have a lot of time preference, right? Yeah. Oh, got some caps here. Yeah, there's a thing here. There's a currency. You get caps. Let's see. What do I want to spend on? There's nothing really to spend our caps on. We can repair the turbines here, but we don't have... Like, this thing about the turbines doesn't really... Oh, we got a ton of water. We don't need to be importing water anymore. We got the dam. We got the dam, boys. Where are we importing water from? Who did we import water from? Oh, duh. Caesar's Legion. Yeah, we don't need that. Yeah, we're going to start... We want to make robots eventually, so... Start doing some of these things. What else do we want? Are you using the laser? No. Well, maybe if I get it, but I don't find the sunburst thing to be that valuable.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
All right, let's see. Thoughts on Yeet and see again. Groiper Party sent $3. Thoughts on Yeet and Playboy Cardi. Again, I have to put a disclaimer here. You asked me about these very specific things. I don't know about these specific things because I don't follow. I don't know. Playboy Cardi. Is that like an America First thing? I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what Playboy Cardi is. Yeet. I don't know. I'm like the who's that guy who calls the scammers and he acts as like the grandma who doesn't know what yeet means. That's like literally me. And the thing is, you could say, "Oh, Ryan, it's because you're 32. You're not up on the hip lingo of the kiddies." No. No, I've always liked this. This is not me being not up on like the lingo and the stuff that the cool kids are saying. This is not an age thing. This is me. Like, I have never been up to date. Never. I have always been like, I have always been a boomer. So I am not, so it's like, I'm not going to learn these things. I've always been. Ever played Vanilla Hoi 4? Yes, I have. Vanilla Hoi 4, it's a pretty good game. Yes, I am a perma boomer. Yeah, okay, I can start producing a lot more. Actually, what I need to do is not this. What I need to do is fix my Power Armor Bros. Get them to 20 widths. I don't know, is 20 width still a thing in this mod? I know with the no step back, the 20 width thing is not really that important because of all the terrain combat widths. Well, let's see. Can we see the combat width? Combat width 60. Yeah, okay. So in this mod, all the terrain types are multiples of 20. So yeah, so you want 20 widths in this mod still, but you don't really need it for. Are G and intelligence identical? What do you want? Do you want the real answer, or do you want like the real answer is yes. But the thing is, like, that's a cup of trembling. G, what is G? Right? Because there's people who are in denial of G, and there's people basically in denial of like genetic intelligence, right? And so because they're in denial of genetic intelligence, they're in denial of intelligence. They're in denial of G, right? Like everything's environment. Like, and not only is everything environment, but it's not connected. Intelligence is not generalized. It's just, how do I put it? Like, look up Gardner's multiple intelligences, right? That's something that a lot of people think. Kind of fucks supply hubs are too expensive, but really it's a fairly neat system. I think it's a great system. And I think making supply hubs expensive, I think there's a problem with that, with supply hubs being expensive. That's a balancing problem. Because you don't want players to just be able to willy-nilly spam out supply hubs. Because the thing is, in reality, supply hubs are a result of connection of rail lines, connection of rivers, a result of geography. And so supply hubs actually can't be easily built in the real world. Right. So if this was like the real world, you couldn't build supply hubs at all. A supply hub would basically just be an inherent aspect of a province, right? You couldn't change it, and that makes the combat much more interesting, right? Because it becomes like, instead of like just trying to like slowly push all the way along here, right? You're actually fighting for, I got to get this supply hub. Let's take a look at the supply map. Like, I got to get this supply hub, or maybe try to get this one, or try to get this one, and it's like, okay, once we take that, there's a battle here. Now we try to push along this route to here, right? It's much more constrained and focused, and it's better. It makes the combat combat better. Now, obviously, when fighting the Mojave territories, I didn't need to do that. But you know, when we get into fighting the bigger boys, it's going to be more of a thing. Yeah. So, what game is this? This is Hearts of Iron 4, but the mod is Old World Blues.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here.
We're sorry, but your kind isn't allowed here. Corporate Party. Wait, no. That's not right. Anonymous, what do you think of Mr. House's faction? It's an okay faction. Actually, Mr. House may be... In terms of where I would want to live, probably in this alternative universe, probably New Vegas would be where I want to live, and working for Mr. House. That would probably be the best thing. You don't want to live among the great cons, you know. You don't want to live in the divide. You don't want to live in any of these raider groups here. But yeah, where you'd want to live, New Vegas, if you could get in. I think Mr. House has very strict immigration controls though, so it'd be difficult to get in. But if you can get into New Vegas, like, you fucking take it. You like, that is like compared to everything else, like, that is where you want to be in New Vegas. So, and that is the life compared to literally everywhere else. Yes, we'll go with Mirage Balloons. Chat. House is the best leader in the whole Fallout universe. Yeah. Well, what do you mean by best? I think Caesar is probably the most competent. Like, just by proof of what... Like, for example, like, House had the foresight, like, pre-war to do all this stuff. But Caesar, you have to remember, Caesar started from literally nothing, right? And the lore of Caesar is that he basically convinced some tribes that were going to kill him to follow him, right? And then he basically just consolidated the whole area, kind of like Genghis Khan uniting the Mongol tribes. So, yeah. So yeah, it's not like the Roman Empire. It's more like a horde government, and the horde governments, you know, they would be bad. I mean, they could be really nasty if you fought against them. But if you were part of their territory, or if you just said, yeah, we'll agree to, okay, Mr. Khan, we'll support you. They were actually very lenient and very practical, very practical governments. Sure. I think House is definitely the smartest, but House is a cripple, right? House is a vegetable, so he can't go around and do things in the way Caesar did, and that's part of the equation. You know, is not just how smart you are, but also like what you can actually do. You know. And that's part of being a good leader, is doing things. 6, so I'll be at 20. So now I need to shift over. Yeah, I need to start shifting over to power armor because I want to get this guy. Up to 20. And I want to give these guys, I want to give our infantry explosives and all that stuff. What do you think about William Luther Pierce? William Luther Pierce, he's fun to listen to. He is interesting to listen to kind of guy. Yeah, that's what I'll say. I haven't listened to him enough to know if there's any like stuff that he says that I disagree with. There's always some. There's always some. Like, if I listen to him for hours and hours on end, I'd probably find something I disagree with. But, you know, obviously he's opposed to democracy, which is something. And being opposed to democracy, that's a belief that I had like long ago. That was like a libertarian thing. That was not, that's not like just edgy, reaction sort of thing. So here we go. Fortify Hidden Valley. Neck of the Colorado, establish the Citadel. Yeah, let's go with the Helios Citadel. We need to build some of these. $750, 2,000, so $750. So the second one costs $1,500, and so the third one is better to build a fort. So we'll do that, and then we'll. I forget. Weebnat. I don't know if Weebnat is here. Do they blow up? Does anything build in Cottonwood Cove? Does it just get nuked? Does it just get destroyed? Should I bother building things in Cottonwood Cove? I don't know. I don't know whether or not to build things in Cottonwood Cove. You've played this. When Caesar invades, do they blow up everything in Cottonwood Cove? Should I build stuff in Cottonwood Cove? Is what I'm asking. Oh, you've never played this mod. Oh, I thought you did. Because you were saying stuff about it. Okay. I guess you just heard about it. Wait, no. It's better because there's already one there. Okay. And this will get this guy to 20. Go in there. Get trained up. And I think we're getting some. How's our. Ugh. Why are we? Oh, because no, we're done. We're done, bro. So yeah, so we can reduce these because we want to start giving our infantry. It's too much. We can start widening our infantry though. I don't remember there being anything about blowing up on Caesar's mission tree. Yeah, but I vaguely recall, like, Cottonwood Cove gets blown up and anything you build here just gets wiped. All right. Finally, finally change our economy law.
Hey there.
Okay, guys. Border skirmish at the dam. We got some training to do, guys. Look away if you're offended by degeneracy, but minus 400 manpower. Oh no. Oh, never mind. So sorry if you're afraid of degeneracy, but I just decided to not lose those manpower. I just said nah. I disagree. Dude, when you look at like, I saw some videos of like Hearts of Iron exploits. There's like there is some nasty stuff that people do. Are these guys done? Are they finished? I should have done this earlier. Try to send some. Okay. Oh no, They still have a little bit of fight left in them.
Okay.
Let's send some vols. How many can we send? We can send 2. Send you guys. Get some army XP from that. That's one thing that's kind of neat about this, is that there's not like the war. Like in Hearts of Iron, there's like you fight the war. Whereas in this game, there's a war here, and a war here, and this, you know, it's more. It feels more like you're playing a nation through time as opposed to like fighting the war, you know. Actually, I don't know if I want. Do I need resources of any type? I don't know. Like I'm loaded with resources. I don't really need resources. So the only reason to build infrastructure is build civs faster. And I don't think these go up high enough for that to really even be worth it. So I'll just, you know, I'll just be balanced. I'll just be balanced. Sort of biased civ, but whatever. Yeah, I played it once. I missed the Southwest scenery. I wonder how hard you can mod like Skyrim together. What? You should do a vanilla Germany speedrun. Alright, my boys. These guys are gonna die. We'll try. I don't think we're gonna be able to pocket much here. Oh god, yeah, they're already collapsing here. Oh jeez. Yes, it will. It'll be over for the divide. The divide will be done quickly. Have you heard of Edward Dutton? Yes, I've heard quite a bit of Edward Dutton. I am a big fan of the Dutton. So yeah, I need to start building up PP. Oh, 5 volunteers. Oh.
Can't stand up to this, can you?
Yeah. Can't stand up to this. Oh, we got another thing. What do we want to do? Infantry attack's fine. Flexible. I don't use battle plans. I just do manual. That's kind of why I like sort of this mod is a little bit, because the armies, especially as the BOS, the armies are much smaller, so it's much easier to just micro everything, which is what I like to do. I don't like battle plans. Oh, this is looking ugly. This is not looking too good. But I'll commit to this. I still think this is the best plan. Oh, oh, geez. Oh, God. All right, let's get out of here before we get cut off. All right. I don't think there's much I can do with 2 divisions here. Let me try this. I don't think there's any... Yeah, I think the divide is just done. Let's see. I don't really do vehicles. Too much to research, too much to produce, too much. I mean, it's already trying to set up a new like aircraft thing is already an issue. Navy. Like, this is what's interesting about this mod, is that there's this giant naval tree. Like, it's huge. Look at this. Look at this naval tree. I think they had like a guy who was really interested in like post-apocalyptic naval stuff. So like, just like the guy, like the Fallout Navy guy. But like, who the hell builds a navy in this mod? Like, nobody builds a navy in this mod. It's such a waste. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'll just tech rush a little bit. It's not too bad. God. It all falls apart. Caesar has the biggest navy in this mod. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so it looks like we can get here. Problem is, because you only have 2 divisions in your X. Okay, so they're holding that. Maybe they'll be able to hold that. I don't know. I wish I could control these guys. Pin these.
What do you need?
All right. Pin. Go. Come on, come on, come on. All right, 1 division. Better than nothing. So we got 1 pocket here.
Greetings, Elder.
All right, we gotta go. Yeah, they just have too much. Too much stuff. Yeah, you can get... Yeah, I know. I know you can get naval invaded, and Caesar likes to do that. Which is why I gotta protect this. And this, obviously, but this is the direct land border.
You're no match for us.
I'm saving political power because of stuff I have to do later. One down. Remember that blood sports debate you did alongside Sean last against Sean Killian and that guy? Oh, that was funny. That was kind of a blast from the past. when Killian was like, "Well, if you think Google is censorious, wait until the government gets involved." And then it's like, when American Renaissance literally can only have their conferences at government-owned hotels because they're the only ones that are legally required to abide by the contract. It was like, that was so funny. Oh, that was a funny thing. See, I get that you can only send so many forces here to the divide, because if you start sending too many forces to the divide, then it's kind of like you're basically at war with the NCR, and you shouldn't be allowed to go to war with the NCR without actually being at war with the NCR. So I get that. I get the limitations. I don't think this is gonna work. Not gonna work. So yeah. Was the CSA controlled by Jews? I have heard things to that effect. The Jews of the Confederate Court. I have seen such claims. So let's go with you. All right, let's give our guys explosives. Oh boy, oh boy. This is inefficient swapping around production like that. I have a great book on Jewish Confederates.
Hey there.
Hope Victoria 3 is good. Like I said before, I think Victoria 3 has a good engine that can be used for like the race mod. Instead of having to have all these like these modifiers, you know, you just have like the provinces, you know, can have like race and ethnicities that have like special abilities. And the thing is, in an interview, apparently the Victoria 3 devs explained why they didn't have, like, for example, different nationalities having different traits. They decided against that because they thought it would, you know, it would promote like ideas of racial supremacy or whatever. But I'm looking at that, it's like, ooh, maybe that can be modded back in. Maybe some intrepid modders can mod that back in, and we can have the race realism Victoria 3 mod. And what I think could be great about it is that we can end up removing a lot of like stupid modifiers that they have to do to make Europe more powerful than the rest of the world, which is a big problem for EU4. It's like, how is Europe so much more powerful than Africa? Like, the natural resources don't matter, or excuse me, the natural resources aren't better in Europe, you know. So why is it, you know, why is it always so much wealthier? And so they have to have all these modifiers. They have to say, oh, you're just going to be tagged as a primitive society or whatever, right? Which is just stupid. Like, that's not how the real world works at all, right? It's just you have people, right? Now for East Asia, maybe like for that you may have to, I mean, you may not be able to get rid of some modifiers. Some modifiers may still be appropriate, but I think you can get rid of like a whole lot of them to just be able to explain the world, you know, in engine, as opposed to having to invoke the Tooth Fairy a whole bunch. So, have you heard of the Myth of 20th Century podcast? It's on BitChute. It'd be cool if they had you on. Oh, look at that. I would actually learn to code for that. It's not modding. I know modding for Hoi 4 is not that difficult of code. It's not like learning Python or something. It's actually yeah, it's piss. Okay, I'm trusting that you guys are gonna cover the snake. Like, you don't have a whole lot of troops, so this is kind of risky business. Try to encircle a few more NCR bros, because I'm gonna have to fight the NCR eventually anyway.
I've got this one. After this, I have some weapons to repair.
Huh.
Hey there. Hey.
No, don't go there. Pin him. Here we go. All right, you gotta go, boys. You gotta go. Yeah. Fight them! Come on, boys, let's go. Come on, power armor, boys. My tanks. These are my tank divisions. Come on. It doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it off. Yeah. Well, let's see. No, because they're gonna. This is done. This is toast. Well, I wish I could see this, but I don't have a lot of confidence in what's going on over here. Yeah, this is looking bad. Yeah.
Hey there.
Pull out. Actually, no, don't pull out. Pull there, because they did that again. There you go. AltHype, do you know holding shift and right-clicking to create a path for several processes? Troops like, yes, I'm aware. I have been doing that. And let's start coring these things.
After this, I have some weapons to repair.
After this.
Let's see how you handle this.
Yeah. Power armor.
Commencing attack.
I am not going to lose to PA Bros. For this doomed cause here. Hopefully.
Cover me.
Alright, good. Capitulated before my units got blown out. Who was the female narrator who did your Leaving the Cathedral audiobook? I actually forgot her name. Just somebody who did narrations of stuff. Nothing in particular. Nothing in particular. Ironically, the U.S. and Confederates were shipping ex-slaves to Haiti to form a colony. Didn't work. Oops. Yeah. Maybe if after the end mod for Crusader Kings 3 is done. What is after the end? What is that? I never really liked Crusader Kings. Like, I tried playing it and they're asking me like, because I was looking at the character icons and it was like, this person desires to marry. And I'm just thinking, okay, go get married. What do you want me to do? Like, I'm the king. I'm not matchmaker, bro. Like, that. Why am I like arranging all these marriages? Like, have someone else arrange the marriages. Like, what the fuck? Like, why was I? Why am I like? And then there's this guy, like, he has a desire to be like to sail the seas or something. It's like, okay, like, don't I have like a naval commander to suss all this out? Why am I like dealing with all these personalities and what they want? Okay, go join the Navy. Like, what do I? So I don't really like that kind of low level of control of CK games. After the end is 1,000 years after the apocalypse in America. It's really fun. Okay.
Greetings, Elder. What do you need?
What do you need? Also, playing as the BOS, like, this always. Like, you're always this. You always have low manpower. Alright, house. Okay, so it's gone up a level. Since you're always going to be doing power armor, so pain train is good. We don't really want this. So unit specific perks are not what we want. We want leader skill bonuses would be okay, but I think I'm gonna go with awareness.
What can I do for you?
A Mariacist is a religion with the president as pope figure. A Mariacist? Is that the religion of racism plus America? A cult that worships the founding fathers? I mean, is this just the Republican Party? No. Yeah, whatever. Ameri-racist. Okay. Oh, Americanist. Yeah. Well, that's today. That's like the Republican Party today. Like, that's not. Not only do they worship the founding fathers, but then they invent, like, that the founding fathers were in line with, like, their modern views. So.
After this, I have some weapons to repair.
How long have I been streaming? I think it may be time to end. Holy shit, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. I think this is a good sort of B-roll. This is, and the thing is, this is better than like the World War I mod where you're managing like a lot more troops and a lot more things. Also, the World War I mod is a lot harder than this. So yeah, I think this is a good game for streaming, especially as the BOS, because you're not managing a whole lot of units and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Oh, how much did I make? I didn't even look at that. How much did I make? I just sort of have faith that I'm making 177. All right, that's pretty good. 177 for 4 hours. It was more than 4 hours of work to writing and stuff, but yeah. Well, I think that's the end of the stream. In typical like Ryan Falk fashion, there's no like ending point of the stream where you have like the outro music or like a cool line to end on, a cool like, you know, this is. Yeah, 177 before taxes, 177 before the payment process with taxes too. So, oh, and Jaden just passed me. Oh, well. All right, so I think that's basically the end of the stream. Next stream, I plan to have like a guy on who none of you have ever met, but he's an interesting guy. We can talk about stuff, and he knows some things, and yeah, it'll be an interesting sort of thing. 24-hour live stream, no fucking way, Mickey Bear, no way. Only Ryan could be AltHype. That is literally true. Only Ryan could be AltHype. Yep, that's true. All right, end the stream.